Hello, good evening. Hello, hello, hello. Nearly. I was very nearly late today. For the sole reason being, I nearly lost track of time again. Because recently, so we don't have daylight savings here, but I have to find myself getting used to daylight savings. Because some games are affected by daylight savings. Not only that, I know some people that are affected by daylight savings. So for some reason, by extension, me, the person that doesn't have daylight savings, is affected by daylight savings. And with that in mind, I fucking hate daylight savings. Who willingly lets himself deal with daylight savings? I get it if like your area like is like forcibly like adjusting to it. It's like, well, you have to keep up with it. But at some point I'll just be like, no, I won't. It's just 1 hour, but that 1 hour does so fucking much. I don't know. Never grew up with daylight saving, so of course I have not a clue what it, like, the understanding of it and whatnot. Anyways, how is everyone today? Well, I noticed Chosos came in a bit earlier. Hi Penta. I hope we're doing well today. That reminded me, the fucking Yanagi trailer, like teaser thing came out. Like the backstory one came out a couple of hours ago. I took a gander at it and oh my god. I didn't realize she had such a heavy backstory. Like that single teaser just introduced and gave a lot of context, especially about Sokaku. Like world building, we got world building just from that single teaser, like so much of it. Like holy shit, okay. Anyways, despite that really cool teaser, it still wasn't enough for me to bend over backwards. I feel like if I knew that Haramasa wasn't an electric, if it wasn't an electric attribute, my brain would be like, maybe I'll fold for the hot lady. Speaking of, the reason why I'm like, I even consider her, because I'll be honest, she's not really my type. But, you know what is my type? Women in pants. Her special episode, the special episode cover art. Hold on, let me get it on screen because I can't be the only one like absolutely annoyed about this, because I still think a lot about the Halloween art like commissions that we got for 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨, a bunch of artists. commissioned by 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨 to like make a piece for Halloween, right? And then the Jane one. Yum. That's all I have to say. She's so hot. I might, now that we have two characters canonically in pants, I guess. Well, one of them is canonically showing off pants in the game. The other one is more commissioned art, and I can't really find myself considering that they're the same. But I'm gonna believe so. In my heart, it's real. In my heart, it's real. But, hold on, let me get the cover art up. I'm Kuruma. That's all. Oh my god, so hot. Look at her, look at her. This is the sole reason that I even considered just maybe I should pull for her, but no. She's wearing a skirt. Which, by the way, office skirts are hot. Don't get me wrong, but pants are just leagues better. Maybe one day we'll officially get her. Not her, just any woman in just those like boot heel flare pants. I wonder if it's the same artist. The same artist that did Jane's cover art. Just because the shading is quite similar, that's it. And how they're blocking colors. It really looks like it. Anyways, let me get the image up. Please don't let me be the only one that's ooga over this. Can't even say a describing word. She's got me blank the fuck out for real. Ungus. Look. Oh my god. Look. Holy shit. Holy shit. What? Look at that. Pants. Pants. Look at that. You can't see much of it past that point. She looks so good with the pants. Oopsie. Scuffed as fuck. Look at her! Look at her! If I had the pulls, this single image would be the reason that I pulled for her. I'm genuinely not lying. I don't know, maybe because I also pulled for 𝐢𝐽. I like the overworked office lady trope. Like, her personality is personally not my taste. Everything else though. Every other aesthetic of hers is good. Okay. Enough of me thirsting over women, because when am I not doing that? Let me get the game up. let's talk about Ace Attorney. So we're starting a new case! So I started a little bit of it last night after finishing the trial. So we are going straight into like exploring. So if I remember correctly, 𝐢𝐴 needs to go to the Supreme Court office. I forgot the title. We're gonna go see Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. We'll try to if he's there. And see if 𝐢𝐴 can go back to the courtroom. That's the plan anyways. Whether or not he'll achieve it is questionable. I'm not feeling very confident for him, I'll be honest, but we're just gonna believe. And then we also have the introduction of the Crystal Tower. And some shit has gone down. And Iris is curious about it, so we're gonna have to go explore. Anyways, everyone, I hope you have your hydrations and whatnot ready. I have mine half full, so I'll definitely need to take a break in the middle to fill it up again. It's just warm water at the moment. I want it boiling hot. I want my tongue burnt off for some reason. I just have that feeling today. Straight in! So, Sholmes has ran off. And, I believe we are going to see him later.
6 months now, hasn't it? Since Susie went back to Japan.
Oh. Should I make for breakfast tomorrow? Why don't I surprise you, Rito? Why is that exclamation mark with a question mark? This sounds more like a threat now. Iris. Okay, so we're going straight to the Lord Chief Justice's office. The office of Lord Chief Justice's stronghold in Britain's great capital city, London. Grand stone architecture and the echoey tick of the vast cogwheels lend it an air of authority.
No, I think a visit to this place could be a good idea.
It's an idea. Like, he needs to come here, but a good idea, less so. Were the birds pixelated? Was that just me? I think the qualities of the bird just died. They went to fly away, but I think they lost a bit of their life too doing it. 22nd of August. August, October. I'm still thinking back to August when we were thinking back about everything about the start of the game. I do have a reading comprehension. It just works by itself. It's been about 6 months now since I was last here. Some things never change. Like the sense of foreboding I always seem to feel in this place. Oh, she's so cute! Doesn't seem to be bothering Iris at all, though. She's happily reading over there. Iris, it's dirty! Don't lean all over the floor, you'll get your dress dirty.
I love this place. I always find so many interesting books here.
Of course. Forgetting that you've been here before. The time we came here 6 months ago. When Susato-san was given the news that she was to return to Japan. I understand you wish to speak with me. Oh, Lord Strongheart, I trust you've been keeping well? Let's see, since you arrived and requested an audience, it's been 4 hours, 32 minutes and 26 seconds. I've kept you waiting a while, my apologies. Oh, no, not at all. I like nothing more than standing around staring into space. Good to know. Good to know that doesn't appear to bother him at all. Mayor Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of London. He's the man who allowed me to start practicing as a defense lawyer when I first arrived in Britain as a student. You'd only savor the air for a moment in this grand office to understand his preeminent status. Something looks familiar here. I just looked at this design and something just clicked. Hi, Josos! I noticed you dropped by earlier. How are you? Also, I only just noticed your Boot Hill profile picture. Did you have that before? And I just couldn't see it until now. It's hard to see the profile picture. I only noticed earlier. As you will be aware, the Great Exhibition of London is now underway at last. We're extremely busy as a result, policing the grounds, guarding the new technologies, dealing with petty crime. Furthermore, as of next month, we shall open the International Forensic Science Symposium? Oh, I've not heard about that. Investigating authorities from 40 centuries around the globe will be taking part, including from your own land. Forensic science is the future, the world must embrace it. As we're the hosting nation, I have much to do, and it is my highest priority. If others must wait for my attention as a result, so be it. Oh, it's nice to know where I stand. So, you wish to consult with me? Of course, I can very well imagine what this is about. Thank you for agreeing to this meeting, my lord. I want to be allowed to start working as a defense lawyer again in court. That's what brought me here today. But actually, there's something else playing on my mind as it happens.
You know, just take a deep breath and come out with it.
Ooh, this is scary. We're going to examine the place before we talk with him, because if he's wasted our time, we'll waste his. Only fair. Changed it! Oh, you did! No, it wasn't the same. I like it! For the sole reason being I'm very biased towards Boot Hill. That art too of Boot Hill goes so hard. I love it so much. Good choice. Good choice. You couldn't read all these books even if you were reincarnated 3 times over as a bookworm.
I know! So much reading material. I'm very envious. I've really been running out of things to read recently.
That's because you read so fast.
Perhaps little by little I could swap some of the books here with some of mine from home.
I don't see why not. No one would notice, or at least I wouldn't, even if I was reincarnated 3 times over as a librarian. You can't say that, that's stealing! You're a liar!
Oh, I've just had a great idea!
What is it?
You can hide inside these suits of armor and spy on the Folkwatch Master to find out what he's really like.
I don't have much interest in what Lord Strongheart is really like, though.
Oh, please, it would be fun. You could be inside the left one and I'll go in the right.
You really want to have a go in the suit of armor, don't you?
Now you're making fun of me because I'm a child, aren't you?
I wasn't making fun of you at all. I'd like to have a go too. Because the giant clock are keeping time as usual with a steady rhythmical motion. It's really quite disturbing how little sound they make considering their massive size.
Someone very brilliant must have designed it, and whoever maintains it must be very talented too. And I'm not entirely convinced it's even a clock.
What? What about the huge clock face that forms the window over there?
Some people just make machines that move for the fun of it, because they enjoy watching them. Rather like how 𝐼𝐧𝐟𝐨 makes his rambling deductions just for the fun of it. Even if the outcome isn't quite right.
Never mind all the trouble it gets others into along the way. Thankfully, this room doesn't have a lot in it. Like, it's just symmetrical on the other side, so there's only like four things? 1, 2, 3, yeah. 4 things to look at. Ah, but I'm not really ready to talk to Strongheart. He's so scary. Not ready. The Lord Chief Justice's desk. When you look at that, there's no mistaking Lord Strongheart's authority, is there?
The light from that window behind is far too bright. It would be very bad for the eyes.
I hadn't thought of that. There are no curtains, that's for sure.
What's more important? Having a desk with an air of authority or having eyes that work?
Can't say that I'd ever considered it. After all, my little office barely has any light to speak of, and I haven't really seen my desk in a while. Making a mouse and Boot Hill papercraft? That's so cool! Can I ask how you're doing it? That sounds so interesting! That sounds so fun. I love it. You're making two at the moment. Speaking of Moe's, I want to build Moe's, but I don't have enough Eidolons for him to justify it. Maybe one day when he's on Raid Up in a banner that I'm actually pulling on. maybe on Sunday's banner? Will he go on Raid Up in Sunday's banner? It'll be enough time by then. Because 𝐻𝐻𝐿's banner, 𝐻𝐻𝐿's banner was the last patch, so it would have at least been 1, 2, 3 3 banners since. Usually, that used to be the formula, and then they stopped the scheduled 4-star thing. So now I can't predict it anymore. Like watching 𝐻𝐻𝐿 and then 𝑢Kong go back on Raid Up. Oh, I'm rambling. I'm going on a tangent. Can't stop thinking about Star Rail for real. Permission to work. Actually came here today to ask for your permission. Go on. 6 months ago, my right to work in court as a lawyer was revoked, and I was told to spend my time studying. Obviously, I'm very sorry for what happened, but the thing is, it made me understand what it really means to defend somebody under the rules of a foreign justice system. I hate when he looks at his clock. His own watch. And I desperately want to have another go. Please permit me to enter the courtroom again. Miss Naruto? Yes? Ugh, here it comes. I'm sure you haven't forgotten your position here, have you? At best, you are a substitute for your compatriot. This was never your intended role. But that's true. The Japanese government actually sent my best friend on the study tour, not me. It should have been Kazuma. He was so determined to bring change to our own justice system at home. That was his calling.
Don't just play his BGM like that, I'm gonna start crying!
That tragic accident hadn't happened, I wouldn't be here in this office now. So Sorgi was my best friend, you see. That's why I can't leave it unfinished. I have to fulfill his calling for him. His calling, you say? Has it never occurred to you that perhaps you know nothing of his true calling? Sorry?
The mission with which the young law student was charged. What do you suppose it really was?
What do you mean? Mission? It's not making any sense.
Never mind. I've read all the reports you've submitted over the past 6 months. It's clear to me that you regret your actions and have been studiously obeying your revised instructions.
Do you mean?
As of this moment, I reinstate your license to practice law here in Great Britain.
Wait, just like that? This man is so confusing. This is why I don't like him. If he's saying yes, I'm almost certain he's probably ready to throw Renosuke under the fucking bridge again. The first ever case that we had was basically leaving Renosuke as a scapegoat, and I'm almost certain that Strongheart knew that. I should be happy. I should be happy. Thank you so much.
That's wonderful news, Runo.
In fact, I believe I have the perfect case to mark your comeback, a curious affair.
I told you! This is gonna be a fucked up case. I know it. I'll know it.
You'll consider it, I hope.
Of course. Please tell me more. A curious affair. I'll click this one first, to be honest. I printed the templates and colored them in. But no color printer, sadly. Nah, you're fine because, ink is very expensive, to be fair. Our printer is so fucking annoying to refill every time. Also, the whole situation with, which printer was it? The one that, where they only want you to use their branded ink? It's so ass. But anyways, I think coloring them is better anyways. You get to shade it yourself, you know? Use your own colors. I have to cut them out and then assemble. So, a template. There's little like papercraft templates. That's so cute. Well, enjoy yourself. I bet that's so fun. English haven't printed. Don't worry, I got you. I always find myself making typos, so I figure it out somewhat sometimes. Because I have to read back my own text, and to myself I'm like, what the fuck was I saying? But I hope you have fun doing that. If you ever choose to post it, please tag me. I'd love to see it. Only if you want to. This man looks very old. I'm pretty sure he is very old. I think we have his age here if we check. Yeah, 53. I feel like he would. To be honest, to me, he looks a little bit older, but you know, we're just gonna leave that there. I don't want to know any more information about him. He's too scary for me to care about. Forensic science. Is this like is this an actual word? So let me see if I can pronounce it correctly. Symposium. I was saying it somewhat correctly. A conference or a meeting to discuss a particular subject. Symposium. Forensic Science Symposium. I'll click this one first before I ask about the affair.
All sorts of conferences have been taking place around the world to coincide with the Great Exhibition. Next month, the largest and most important of them all will take place at last.
The Crystal Tower.
I mean, sorry, the international.
the Crystal Tower is the exhibition.
The International Forensic Science Symposium.
Does seem as though criminal investigation needs to embrace scientific methods, doesn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah, some of those birds are a bit crispy. Those graphics remind me of when I was playing Monster Hunter Wilds. They just look so grainy.
London, the global epicenter of culture, science, and wealth, now has a population exceeding 6 million. Sadly, crime in the capital is growing at a similarly startling rate. So it's imperative that we use the latest scientific methods to investigate and resolve cases as efficiently as possible.
Which is what's known as forensic science, isn't it?
Exactly the future of policing.
Iris. She just keeps saying, ah!
Regrettably, however, Britain is currently dragging its feet when it comes to the adoption of forensic methods. But yeah, that's alarming. Exactly, it's extremely alarming.
Third time's now.
If I were Her Majesty's Attorney General, you can be sure the numbers of crimes committed and resolved in London would be very different to the current figures. And I can cite 12 solid arguments and 223 individual reasons to support my claim.
Sorry?
By way of apology for keeping you waiting earlier, I shall detail every one now.
What? Oh, how fascinating!
It all began 15 years ago. I was...
Oh, hang on, Minosuke! Oh no! Ah! He fell asleep for a bit. Did you fall asleep with your eyes open? No, it blacked out though. But Strongheart would have definitely stopped if he saw your eyes closed.
And that more or less sums up my feelings in the matter, in the simplest of terms, of course. Essentially, to formally establish a forensic investigation division within Scotland Yard. That is my mission.
Oh? Right, yeah, yes, that's wonderful.
Exactly. Wonderful is precisely what it will be.
Iris isn't paying attention at all. She's got her nose in another book now. She just fucking left that conversation.
Oh, is it over? Did you learn anything useful?
I actually drifted off for the most part. He's surprisingly ardent about forensic science. Oh! Hi, Mariska. Did I ever ask you how to pronounce your name instead? Well, actually, I guess more probably, how do you want me to address you? Going to make the most when I could send the link. I'm tempted, but I'll get badgered for using printer paper. And I have to use my own paper and just make it by hand is the thing. Because we have such limited use of our ink. I'm tempted. Well, I want the Boot Hill one if you have it. Actually, no. I won't do it. No, it's fine. I won't. I can't waste that ink. Thank you for the offer. Maybe one day I'll make a paper craft too. The stream when forensic science symposium is stated. Yes, welcome. He came in at the time where he starts babbling about forensic science, or the introduction of forensic science, anyways, into that current era. Research assessment marks before my final exams. Ooh, congrats! It's still the final stretch. You got this. That's such a good sign, though. I have exams next week. Oh, good luck, Troll Sauce. Wish you good luck for next week. You got this. I'm studying at the library. I'm going to the gym at night. Man, you're on that grind set. You got this. Very, very productive lifestyle you got there. 97% and 100% is quite nice. That's not just quite nice, my man. That's great. That's fantastic. That's amazing. I'll stop putting effort in. I still have much to learn. You're very passionate, so without a doubt, you'll get through this, man. There's a bunny one as well. Oh, that would be so cute. I want to do a hand cam stream one day, but I don't really have like any setup whatsoever to do one. Because I don't really mind showing off my hands as someone that works at a beauty salon, so I don't really care about my hands. But I just I don't want the setup to be like rough as shit. Because my desk is very small, so I can't really set up anything, which sucks. Maybe one day. One day. Maybe I can do some crafts, arts and crafts together. Oh, that'd be so fun! It sounds kind of childish, but I think that would be so nice to do. First final exam is on Friday this week and Tuesday next week. Oh, they're quite close. It's still quite spaced though. But oof. Wait, so Friday this week. What's the date today? Tuesday. You have a full week for the next one, and then 3 days for Friday. Well, good luck for this Friday and next week as well. English comprehension, poetry, and language. Good luck with that. Good luck with all of your different exams. I do not miss English whatsoever. English was my worst one. Everything else I would have been fine bullshitting if I actually tried, to be honest, but I didn't. But English, I think it's obvious from me playing Ace Attorney that English is like my worst ever subject, and I think it will continue to be that no matter what I do. It's like the only language I can speak too, but for some reason I'm just so bad at it. Times 2! I've got one tomorrow in a hellish subject. RGW. Good luck tomorrow. What subject? If you don't mind me asking. Interrogating innocent civilians, me. Why not? my rights? But with consent, of course, you may answer. With consent, of course, people can answer. I have one final report to finish by 15th of November for my lab experience. So is that your last ever thing to do for this year then? The 15th of November, what is that? Clearly I'm not keeping track of the dates like at all. Ah, okay, so after next Tuesday, you'll need to complete that report still. You got a full 2 weeks ahead of you. I know you got this. Web services? Pretty much. Web services as in like... Wait. Oh yeah, okay. I have to search it up quickly to remember. Because I did, okay, not web services, but I did hear about it when there was a subject in high school that I had to study. Oh, I can already feel my headache with that. But good luck with that one for tomorrow, GW. My undergraduate degree for medical sciences. Yippee! 2 weeks, you got this, 2 weeks. Everyone here, good luck, okay? Meanwhile, I'm just gonna sit at home and pray that Christmas season disappears quickly. I can already feel like my back pain, like acting the fuck up. I'm not ready. All gonna be busy this stressful season, but I know everyone here has got it. I'm grateful that for my job, all I have to do is worry about like what's happening while I'm at my workplace. Like once I get home, I can just like turn my brain the fuck off. That's why I like my job. Okay, let me press about this curious affair, because I'm too curious now. The more I keep delaying it. So, what the Lord Chief Justice gave us our license back to go back to go into the courtroom again, but I'm suspecting, well, I had suspected that he only said yes, even though it's been 6 months. He only said yes because he's ready to throw Inosuke under the bridge with a new case that's probably gonna make him like a scapegoat, like with his first case. And now we have a curious affair that he's telling us about. Described as a curious affair.
Yes, that's right. I believe it was reported in the press. Are you aware that there was a serious accident at the Great Exhibition yesterday?
Oh? No?
Yes, I read about it. A professor from Germany tried to carry out a crazy experiment. Let me see. How was it described? Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, I think.
Instantaneous kinesis? As in moving things with a click of the fingers?
That's right. It's just what my herbal blends need. A dash of devil may care.
Whatever the serious accident was, exactly, it's clearly captured Iris's imagination. Devil may care.
It's unfortunate business. A large explosion engulfed the public experimentation stage and a man lost his life. Oh, someone did die. A certain Mr. 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨, an investor and a well-known figure in society.
So that was the guy? He's the one that died? Large explosion.
Huh? A man died?
Yeah, say that in front of the 10-year-old. You can say it again. Even though she's used to this, but say it again. It's a 10-year-old. I'm sure it'll be fine. Jesus.
Man responsible for the experiment was Professor Albert
Hairbrain? Brain? Hairbrain? Is that a play on words? Is that a pun?
He was detained immediately after the incident and is due to appear in court tomorrow.
Oh god, it's court tomorrow, of course, because that was just like the first fucking case.
On the charge of murder.
What? Murder?
If you intend to take on his defense, you should hurry to meet with him at the prison. There's very little time left for you to carry out any kind of investigation.
Great exhibition. Scientific experiment gone wrong, and... murder? I fell out of my depth before I even started. Still, for some reason, my throat is acting up. Okay.
You should go to this prison straight away then and try to meet with this German professor, don't you think?
Definitely.
Yes, one more thing about the case. There's a connection with our mutual acquaintance, the Reaper.
Huh? With Lord Van Zyx? How? You're just not gonna say anything! Because of course you're not gonna say anything! Fuck you two!
It reminds me, have you seen this? Reports of the overwhelming success of the Great Exhibition, of course.
No, not that. The story on the back page.
What story? The Reaper attacked. Ugh, but... You've enjoyed some victories in court against my #1 prosecutor, have you not?
Oh, Mr. Reaper. What happened to him? He wasn't killed, was he?
There's no need for concern. Lord Van Zyx will not be easily dispatched, I assure you.
Can you tell us what happened? I'd really love to know.
Very well. If it interests you.
It does, strangely. I asked it! Van Zyx's condition.
Fortunately, Lord Van Zyx emerged from the attack unscathed. Street ruffians are no match for that man. He's a very capable fighter.
He can fight? But that's incredible. They were armed with guns. Why was he attacked, though? Do we know?
It's related to events that occurred a month ago. The leader of one of the capital's criminal organizations was indicted and prosecuted by Van Zyx. The man was acquitted. I have no doubt large sums of money were involved behind the scenes.
Large sums of money?
Deplorable situation. Members of the jury were bribed, it seems. However, despite winning his freedom, the man in question met a dramatic end yesterday.
But you're not suggesting that was the work of the Reaper, surely?
The victim's henchmen certainly seemed to think so. There was a man by the name of Asmund. Mr. Asmund.
Did you say Asmund?
That's the man who died in the big explosion at the Great Exhibition!
Yes, known publicly as an investor, but in reality, the head of a significant criminal organization.
Unbelievable. So we are a scapegoat! That's why he was hesitant to tell us about the situation, because he went ... for a second before he told us some things. Oh, I don't like this. I wonder, can I ask you something, Lord Strongheart? You don't just say that. Why do you use Lord Van Zyx as a prosecutor? He's avoiding us again. Well, the criminals who managed to get off in court then meet with mysterious ends outside the courtroom. And fearful of that fate, they seek to strike at Lord Van Zyx first. I know there's no evidence that he actually is the Reaper in that sense, but still, something's clearly going on here.
Van Zyx work.
I have Van Zyx work
for the prosecution service for 2 reasons. Firstly, the man is the best prosecutor in the capital, bar none. Secondly, any deaths of criminals that have occurred outside the courtroom following his trials had nothing to do with him.
That doesn't make sense. How can you explain the way so many have died if not by someone's hand?
Van Zyx may have earned himself the moniker of the Reaper, but he is no killer. So he'll continue to prosecute on behalf of the crown. Unless he wishes otherwise, of course.
I feel like you say that, but I feel like he doesn't really have a choice.
Well, I must be leaving for my next engagement. I'm already 11 hours and 16 minutes late. My colleagues may be starting to fidget.
11 hours late? That's quite something.
The meeting had already started when I arrived back here for this engagement with you. So lateness was inevitable. Time stops for no man.
I'm sure it stopped for me during those 12 solid arguments and 223 reasons.
Oh yes, where would I find Lord 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨 now? I'd assume he's at his office.
Right. I'll go and ask him about the attack in person. I want to get this straight from the horse's mouth. You want to talk to him? Rinosuke? Into the Reaper's lair? With a child? Iris, go outside! Let's not bring her into the room!
Away with you now. I'm leaving Professor Hairbrain's defense entirely in your hands.
Of course. Yes, thank you very much, my lord. Bye-bye. See you. Let's not see you later. I don't ever want to see you later. Goodbye. Prosecutor's office. We're going straight there. The question mark isn't even. Okay. Plot thickens. It really does, which is what I want. There's so many like loose ends and like little cliffhangers that they keep mentioning, but it just doesn't go anywhere. And I think this is the episode where things start to go down. And I'm really excited, but very scared. Sup, Granny. Sup, Poker Castle. Wait, if I say sup back then, wait, no, I call myself Grandma, that's fine. No, it's okay. How are you today? RCC Forensic Science Practices first hand. Oh, she would enjoy that, wouldn't she? Ooh. Wait, is that a massive fucking portrait? It's probably of him, isn't it? What the fuck? What a nice office. When you think about our office versus his, huh? Well, he has been here for years. He has been doing this for years. God. He's got the... He's got his fucking little chess table. Him and Edgeworth. With a stupid little chess table. I say that effectively, by the way.
Ooh, so this is the legendary Reaper's office.
Yes, it appears so.
It sends a chill down your spine, doesn't it? An amazingly deathly atmosphere.
Oh, is that... The fuck? This is just someone in their room. That's not him, is it? It's white clothing. The hooded figure was so still I hadn't noticed their presence. I wonder who it is.
What are you doing here?
Oh, it's 𝐢𝐧𝐼 talking. I thought it was the hooded figure. No, he's just gonna sit silently. Okay, we're just gonna leave him alone? Oh wait, is he the guy in the photo? This guy. Hold on, let me sneeze. Wait. I have to force a sneeze. Fuck, it didn't come out. No! Ugh. I hate allergies with a burning passion. When that shit just tickles your nose for the fuck of it because it wants to fuck around. Just sneeze! Ugh. Whatever. Anyways, I'm assuming the figure is the same one in the paper. This isn't in itself stupid. Sorry. Those who can't play it are. Yes, that's me. I'm the stupid one. But I say that affectionately, don't worry. Because I never learned to play chess. I always find it very impressive watching other people play chess. Because I hear so much about it, and then when, what? That 1 year? What year was it? Was it last year or was it... There was one year where, like, chess.com got, like, insanely popular that even, like, kids in school were playing it. I'm not really jealous because I'll never find myself interested in chess, I'll be honest. I'm just not smart enough to do sick plays. He's as unwelcoming as I thought he'd be. Actually, maybe even more so. Speaking of, I feel like they wouldn't allow you into their office. Wouldn't you have to be like outside their door until you're allowed in or something? It always feels weird that when we're going to people's offices in this game without like proper permission, it just doesn't feel right. You can just barge in until the person appears. So you don't have much like authority here just to do that, do we? With a child, no less. We have Iris next to us. Like, to be fair, Iris in herself, I feel like she should have a lot of authority with how genius of a child she is, but in terms of social status, she doesn't have a lot of authority. All she is what? Someone that publishes into the stories? Into the newspaper? Like, that's it? What did she mention? She also had she had the same like she had like the same degree as her dad when she went to study forensics. Was it forensic science? I can't remember anymore. Anyways, sorry, 𝐢𝐧𝐼𝐧. I was just rambling to myself instead of properly talking. Glad to see you're well.
I am.
So, who's the person over there by the wall being... punished for something or other?
No punishment is taking place here.
Oh?
That's my apprentice, and he's still sitting there of his
Own free will. What the pastime there? Didn't know you had an apprentice. Must be the same person who was pictured in the newspaper.
He's very able in combat, a requisite skill for anyone under my tutelage.
Are you referring to the attack on the Reaper that was reported in the papers?
The Reaper? I'd be interested to know the Reaper's true identity, sorry, myself.
I gotta sit properly. I remembered seeing a tweet about someone's scoliosis just getting worse, and it just flashed into my head. Excuse me. Ugh. Everyone, posture check. Wait! I need my Joy-Cons! I forgot I'm playing with my fucking controller. I always forget. Can you tell I'm not used to it? Because I have to use my Joy-Cons. I don't actually use my PS5 controller because it's drifting. So I have to like go disconnect my Joy-Cons from my Switch. Excuse me. Sorry, 𝐢𝐧𝐼𝐧, I'm gonna have to make you sit and wait for just a little bit longer. I would like to use my Joy-Cons as much as I can, but I don't have to have my arms up on my keyboard for so long. You sounded like Joe Biden briefly. Did I? Oh no! That was what? The worst insult that I've gotten. No! I can't believe I'm turning to American politics. It's not connecting. The thing is with the Joy-Cons is that I always have to disconnect it. I have to remove the device before I can connect it again, rather than forcibly connecting it. Which, I'd like to assume that's only the case because it tries to connect to the Switch and not my thing, but my Switch is docked at the moment. I guess that's just like how with the PS5 controllers are also the same like that. Still annoying. See, this is why I forget to connect them. You're experiencing accelerated aging. The back problems and memory issues. No, no, you didn't need to set the facts. You didn't need to put it down. You could have just left it for people to guess why. Oh no. Oopsie. I need to connect. I don't even know what you were saying before. Game connect. I'm trying to keep my posture up. I need like... Has anyone ever seen like there's like this there was this YouTube video about like shitty little like products that you buy on like Instagram like ads or whatever, and one of them was about like but it's like this little device that you could stick on your back, and then whenever you hit like a certain like angle of your posture, it like zaps you back up. I've always wanted to get that, but I know it's like it was like a stupid price because, you know, that's what it is. That's how they sell you those kinds of products. But I feel like that's the only way to like force me to fix my posture. I just don't keep it in my head enough. I tell myself, oh, start fixing your posture, and then like disappears again. Like a New Year's resolution that you tell yourself. I'm gonna like I'm gonna try and do this for my habit and get a better like healthy lifestyle, and then it just goes missing in the first week. Like I just can't do it. I'm a person that's very bad with like keeping habits. Like I disappear. Oh my god. The amount of habits that I have that's just gone missing. Oh my god. It's a level of commitment that I can't seem to obtain for some reason. I can't. Okay, I know this is not gonna get anywhere, but I want to interact with you first. You've got like a white fit, and I like that. I think that looks cool. It really looks like a punishment to me.
I've never seen someone sitting like that before.
He hasn't moved a muscle since we arrived. Do you think perhaps he's dead?
If he was dead, Runo, he wouldn't be sitting up, would he?
Well, anyway, dead or alive, he's not overly approachable, is he? I don't think he's going to talk with us. Or talk to us.
He's not dead.
What the fuck happened here? Like, I just noticed this. There's someone dead. There's the little figure that's dead. Wait, is that actually him? Oh no, you can't see the face. But the hair's pushed back like Van Zyke, so it's probably him. Okay, wait, no, we'll appropriately examine the room. We'll go from right to left this time. Look at all those ancient casks lining the wall there.
Cask in the Reaper's chamber? Or are they caskets?
You don't think all those people who escaped conviction in court are lying inside them dead, do you? What ridiculous notions are going through your head, man? There's my collection of fine vintages. Oh, yes, of course. Thank you for clearing that up.
We and I were just musing to ourselves. Don't mind us, Mr. Reaper.
I wouldn't if you hadn't invited yourselves to my office to talk nonsense within my earshot.
Imagine, oh Jesus! Jump scare. Imagine actually just shoving someone into the cask. Oh god, that's creepy. Because I thought immediately when I thought of cask, I thought of Stardew Valley because my brain is on like that grind set. The wine industry is strong there. Okay? So imagine just in your basement, just all of these. Oh, creepy. They were bats.
Yes, the Reaper's familiars. I expect
Familiars. What about the mute man in the dark cloak? I thought he was the familiar. Is that the flying kind?
Must be a dear friend of Mr. Reaper then.
Surely the guy sitting there can hear us. Just talk shit about him. Does he have anything to say? Maybe he's in a state of meditation. That's why he's just not. He can ignore us like this. I think the familiar idea is more likely. Scary though, either way. He has so many things in his room. But not much to interact with, that's for sure. Joe Biden is fine, just don't turn to Hillary Clinton or Liz Truss. That'd be detrimental. Okay. I don't know how I feel about calling him Biden fine, but alright. But to be fair, any politician is up for question. Up for debate. Sounds like something a masochist would say. Hey, as someone that likes eating spicy food, I think it was obvious. And to like really push that point to those that don't know, my body is really bad at handling spice. Like I sweat a lot as it is, or I hate sweating, so I sweat a lot. And then the other thing is that my nose also has a lot of issues, so it gets congested very easily, and then I also have really bad hay fever. So whenever I eat something spicy, it gets fucked up. My body is suffering when I eat spice, but I still power through it because I enjoy it. Takes 21 days to form a habit and 60 days to break a habit. I remember reading that in Atomic Habits. I recommend listening or reading it. Really? I did hear something about the amount of days it takes for a habit to form. I didn't know about the 60 days to break a habit. It's from Atomic Habits, is it? An easy and proven way. It cuts off before I can read it. A proven way to build good habits and break bad ones. Oh, that's cool! So it even tells you how to break them. Oh, this is from 2018. Okay, thank you for telling me about that. I might do that, actually. I have to send it to myself, though, before I forget. Atomic Habits book. Anyways, maybe I could get a good habit with my posture. A lot of my co-workers have questionable posture as well, and so whenever I look over at them, I'm like, oh god, I'm shrimping as well. I need to not do that. And then there's two of them. Two of my co-workers make sure to like always have good posture. And I'm envious. Envious. They just always sit upright and make sure to correct their posture. Not fair. I wonder if it's just the Vietnamese blood. Because we always find ourselves sitting on the ground. Search up Hillary Pokemon Go joke. Warning, it's traumatizingly bad and she lost the election partly to do that. Or partly due to that? Is it a long video? Because I want to explore Van Zyke's room more. But if you're saying it's that bad that if all I have to do is search it up, I'll take your word for it. You did wonders when I started my degree, oh! I can see why your recent assessment results were so fantastic. That's really good then if it's that helpful. Take an X-ray of your co-workers. Yeah, you could just take an X-ray of just I feel like any Vietnamese. The posture is very, very bad for most of the Vietnamese that I've seen. Like a minute? Okay. Let me quickly drop it in front of me. Oh. Oh, that's rough. Ooh. Let's keep that back in 2016. Oof. Yep. I understand. I'm going to close. Actually, I'm going to delete that from my history and then close my browser. I understand. I understand. Priors of self-discipline and just persistence that comes from being a Central Asian family and being autistic. Well, it's paying off, don't worry. This helps solidify it. That's good though, because if you didn't really know much about it, it would have started like falling off by itself, wouldn't it? Now that you actually have like a structure for it, it helps like what makes it easier for you to really stick to it. Now that there's like an understanding of how it works. To me, anyways. That's how my brain works, because once you start to get an idea of it, it's easier to just how do I wording English just to keep with it. Like the first thing that I can think of is I've studied a bit of art, I guess. I feel like I haven't studied quite as much as it could have been. But there's a lot of principles that go into art, and it always kind of annoys me when I completely get how people think like this, right? So a lot of art is just going with the flow because something feels right. Right? Like you go to draw something and then that it just feels right to do. And it annoyed me how sometimes there would be like tutorials or like explanations from other artists online to like teach you about it. And some of the responses that I would see in the comments are like, well, it doesn't really matter to like it it doesn't really matter like how you do this, or like I didn't know you had to do this. I just vibed and felt like it felt right to do. It was a very like dismissive attitude, but I completely get what they mean because I was in that same situation before. But there's like a lot of like principles and understandings to how some things that you do in art just make sense, or how it's developed over time for it to look nice like that, and for it to become how it is, and how people found themselves using that technique without really understanding it. Like a very simple one, right, that anyone, like, doesn't matter if you're into art or not, is the rule of thirds. So this one can be applied to any kinds of arts, but most commonly for photography. When you go to take a picture of something, the rule of thirds, people don't know the reason why, but for some reason, when you fall onto those rule of thirds, that little point, it just looks nice whenever the subject is on that point. It's like that kind of principle that people just dismiss and don't really try to learn and take in. And I always just kind of get annoyed at it. Like that's how you grow and learn as an artist. You just need to, you don't need to apply that technique. You don't need to apply like all those like principles and those elements to your work, but to understand that they exist and whether or not you need them or don't need them, and how other people use them, so you can understand other people's artworks and how you could grow from it, or how other people grow from it. Like it doesn't change that they're there. That was my little tangent. But that was like the first thing I thought. Vietnamese people are cool. I have a different opinion. I'm joking. Can you blame me? I grew up around Vietnamese people. I have more trauma over Vietnamese people than I like to admit. I do go to Vietnam, I will say. I feel like a lot of people here in Australia find themselves going to Vietnam more than other places as of recent, which makes me happy. Because Vietnamese culture is very beautiful. Even though I'm someone that actually hasn't explored much of Vietnam because traveling is expensive. Imagine one math teacher at school was Vietnamese. It was a genius but insane. I think it aged ADHD too. There's like a good amount of Asians find themselves with either ADHD or autism. Like the gifted child pipeline situation. Very different. That was like very generalized thing for me to say. I just found that comment. But that's hella cool though. Vietnamese teacher was a genius. Funny how I haven't met many like Vietnamese teachers. Actually. Apparently. Actually, no, I won't say it. It's not really doxing, but I don't think I should say anything, just in case. You know I was capable of, and I think others can do the same too. Definitely! Humans are capable of anything. It's just that persistence. The persistence and either commitment or passion. I'm not too sure which one I should say. Probably both. To what? Keep with it. To go through with it. Well, both scientific and artistic, where the principle to objectively follow, but it's your view where the art lies. Yeah, exactly. Like, I completely get that it's different for everyone, how they view it. That's just common sense, right? But I guess it's just that dismissive attitude that's, like, some people have that annoys me. But I think that's just me, what, engaging with, like, rage bait online. I'm still recovering from this, like, if anyone knows, that there's, like, this period in the art community, like, a couple of years ago, where any tutorials that you see online were heavily criticized by some people, or a good amount of people, where it's like, where it tells you, do this, not this, right? And some people are like, well, it doesn't matter how you view art, like, you can do whatever you want. People can do whatever they want and draw whatever they like and however they like. That's not the same argument! They were telling people that cared, and whoever interacted with that post that wants to care about that specific thing. It's a tutorial for that one specific thing. It wasn't telling everyone that there's a wrong way to do something. It was really triggering fucking year for me. The amount of like artists that I've seen harassed by those kinds of comments, I felt so bad. Ugh, it annoyed me so much. But it's that point, isn't it? How people take and view things is completely up to them. But it's something that you should at least understand and learn about before you form that really, really, like, ignorant opinion. I don't know. I don't think I'm saying it very correctly either. So I hope it's coming through. Someone had an artistic friend a time ago. I can hear your words moving first. I'm glad that someone else has a similar mindset as me. Like, I know it's a good amount of artists that, you know, do have a good head on their shoulders. I guess it's just a loud minority. Well, for that little tangent anyways, but a lot of the views for artists, I feel like you just have to go through that process to fully understand what's going on anyways. So I don't know if you've guys seen, but PewDiePie, he posted a video like a year ago about him doing drawing for 365 days, so for like a year. And recently he posted another video of his progress through that, the sequel, if you would. And watching the video, you really get to see him lay out his thoughts about his experience going through learning art. And it's that raw experience that really shows where, unless you go through it, only then could you fully grasp and understand what he meant, I think. Because you can just listen to it from like a bystander kind of view where it's like, oh yeah, well, anyone struggles, right? If they start taking up a hobby. But there's a certain level of frustration that I feel like only artists can understand. And I thought it was so nice for him to just document all of that, because it really encapsulated just what it means to be an artist. Made me really happy, by the way, too. He's improved so much. I'm so proud of him. It's so enormous, and I know there are right and wrong ways about drawing. Yeah! Exactly. Like, one could say, well, there's not always, like, a wrong way to do things. It's always just a perspective of how you view it. Like, I always see a lot of artists that went from realism to, like, very, very abstract or cartoonish or just anything that isn't realism art styles. Because they've fully grasped and mastered, I guess, realism or whatever their, like, previous style was, and then they've gone and pushed themselves to a more comfortable style that speaks to them. But it's only it's in that first stage where you start learning, where that criticism, that self-criticism, like, that exists, and that's why those tutorials exist, so that people that want to learn. Because I feel like if you just leave an artist by themselves in their room, they won't be able to grow as an artist, because they won't have other people's voices, other people's opinions and views, and what they've learned to grow yourself. Like, you need that growth and understanding. And that's why I found that it pissed me off so much when that 1 year of those stupid comments really get to me. And even if you do master something, there's always going to be something that you don't know, and something that's wrong, and that you need to grow and learn about. That's just inevitable. Hello, Kay! How are you today? It's been a while, I think, that you've dropped into the stream. I hope you've been doing well. Okay, I've gone into my rambles about art while looking at a painting in the game that I haven't even properly read through the dialogue of. Hold on. Click back into the game. Oh, damn, it is him! That is Van Zyks, right? Eesh. Hold on. The portrait really dominates the room, doesn't it? It's a very majestic outfit and pose, but sadly, whoever painted it didn't do a very good job of capturing Lord Van Zyke's facial features. What do you mean?
Yes, you're right. I mean, it's not far off, but the artist has exaggerated his subject's handsomeness, I think.
Ah, that reminds me. I heard Emperor Napoleon of France ordered artists to make him look more attractive when they painted him.
How vain. That's really not an attractive quality in a person, is it?
That portrait does not depict me. Surely that's immediately obvious. Oh, then who is it?
Not gonna elaborate? That's fine. Go. That's fantastic. That's.
Oh, look, it's a scale model of the Great Exhibition Showground.
Oh, that's what it is. It's amazing. I wonder why it's here.
Perhaps he made it to take his mind off the sadness of being too busy to attend in person.
Perhaps he's too embarrassed to queue up for a ticket. Surely it's obvious that I'm using it as investigative aid. You Nipponese have no business painting others as overly reserved. Ugh, really didn't think you'd overhear that.
Yeah. Guess there's not much else to explore here either. It's just like 2 things. Alright. Over here now. Look! It's so cute. Lord Van Zyke's desk! Look, it's so stylish. Who does he play chess with? How recent was his apprentice? Is he the only one he plays? Well, I mean, he finds himself to sit there by... What? Apparently he just sits there by himself. Right? He willingly sits there. So, who are you playing chess with? Can you play chess with yourself? Because I know that doesn't sound like entirely a strange idea, but is it like any chess players here would that be something common you do?
That's a marble chess set beside it.
Chess. That's the Western version of our Japanese shogi game, isn't it? You know, I'm actually quite good at shogi problems.
Oh, really? You'd probably like chess problems in that case.
I'd love to challenge Lord Van Zyke sometime. To a bout of shogi problems.
If you only really want to challenge yourself, you can always do that on your own at home.
There's not much to explore here either! It's just 2 things again! Your room is so lavish, come on! That's why I went to explore the right side, because I thought there'd be a lot less. And then make it more interesting as we go to the left side. Well, whatever. Boring. Look at that fine collection of hallowed chalices and bottles neatly lined up there, all ready for throwing.
The hallowed bottles are filled with the essence of the finest grapes from the finest vineyards I visit.
Is it vineyards or vineyards? Vineyards. Vineyards?
And I personally oversee these chalices being made by the finest crystal craftsmen in the world.
But you're just gonna let them break.
And you throw them around in court like they were worthless.
Yes, because this imbecile is so unimaginably and repeatedly wide of the remark sometimes.
Oh.
If we open your mouth next time, you should consider the poor artisans whose work you defile.
So it's my fault. Silly me! How could I ever have thought otherwise? Poor Rinosuke. Okay, we'll finally talk to him. Once we present our badge, because why not? Look at this. I know you've seen this around my arm before, but...
What is it exactly?
It's the mark of a defense lawyer. In Japan, at least.
What's your reason for showing it to a British prosecutor?
Oh, well, I don't know, really.
I can understand, at least. There's merit in reminding yourself of who helped you become what you are today.
Oh.
But that's a personal matter, something you may want to keep close at all times, not something to flaunt.
Is this a new animation? No, I suppose not. Thank you for understanding though. I got an achievement from it! For presenting the armband to Lord Van Zyke's! Oof! Oof! There you go. Okay, now we'll talk to him. I didn't realize I was gonna get anything out of that, to be honest. I've had a good day. Good, good. I hope you have a good rest of your day then. Thank you again for dropping by. Please do sit back and enjoy while I fuck up and defile everyone's voices with my questionable voice acting. Posture check! Lord Strongheart has said that the assault last night was some sort of revenge attack.
True, carried out by henchmen of 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨's criminal organization. The investigation meant their arrests were imminent. Presumably, some hoped to kill me before that happened.
𝐢𝐧𝐹.
He's always masqueraded as one of London's most powerful financiers, a global investor, but his enormous wealth came to him by underhand means, via his criminal activities.
And he used that money to buy himself a verdict of not guilty when he found himself in court, didn't he? Being prosecuted by you, Mr. Reaper.
But the man got his comeuppance in the end. Yesterday, in fact, in extraordinary circumstances. It was the most unusual cause of death.
I know about that. It was super high voltage instantaneous kinesis gone wrong. Mr. Hasman died when the demonstration on the public experimentation stage ended in an enormous explosion.
Correct.
Is he realizing that we're gonna probably be the lawyer?
You think I have some kind of divine ability to cause an accident like that to happen, do you?
Well, no, that does seem a little far-fetched. this man really is the fabled Reaper, then he has to be innocent of this particular death at least.
It's strange how this has worked out, isn't it, Bruno? I mean, what with you taking on the professor's defense for the trial tomorrow?
What? You're going to be defending him?
Yes, that's right. Though I barely know the man's name yet, to be honest.
Albert. Albert Hairbrain.
That's right. Do you know him by any chance?
Of course. He's a contemporary of mine. We're at a university together.
What? Huh? You knew people?
I'm joking. Your contemporary? I'd understood that Professor Hairbrain was from, Germany there.
Hairbrain's from a respectable British family. After graduating from the University of London, he moved to Germany to carry out research, that's all.
So you were students together?
I was in the faculty of law, of course, and he in science, so our paths rarely crossed. But curiously, we got along. I've not met him since my university days.
No, I like it. Is it tolerable? Well, thank you. I accidentally clicked. Thank you.
Certainly didn't expect our next encounter to take this form, with you of all people representing him.
Ugh. Only if I make it out of this office alive. He's actually been charged with murder, it seems.
Yes, I know, because the prosecution will be handled by me.
By you? But you made it sound as if you and the professor had been friends.
We are friends, it's true.
Then why would you do this?
If the Reaper is the prosecutor, there's nothing anyone can do to save him. He's doomed!
What's Lord Van Zyke's thinking? The Reaper's identity. What do you mean by what you said before? If you'd like to know the Reaper's true identity, does that mean...
I'm a crown prosecutor and a mortal like any other. I'm no demigod.
But they have all died, haven't they? The people you've prosecuted, I mean. Whether or not the trial ended in a conviction or an acquittal.
Those I prosecute are the vilest wretches of our society. People who, without question, deserve to be found guilty. The world is a better place without them.
But... that's not true of Mr. Natsume, for example. He wasn't a vile wretch at all.
Nor was Ginny. In fact, she's ever so hardworking now.
Where is she, actually? Will we ever get to see her today?
Can't deny that since I encountered you, things have taken a turn. But the point is this. If any of those vile wretches that escaped justice subsequently died in mysterious circumstances, it was at the hand of their own kind. It's not my work.
Lord Strongheart's are the same. He believes you're not involved in any way.
But you were attacked by those ruffians because they believe it's true.
The fact is, since people started to call me the Reaper of the Bailey, the number of serious crimes in the capital has dropped substantially.
Oh?
It would appear that even the most hardened criminals can be made fearful for their lives.
Do you mean to say...
I mean to say that if my
pseudonym serves a useful purpose,
I adopt it gladly and with honor.
But it's putting you in danger! You could be killed!
If that is my fate, let God decide.
Lord Van Zyke's. No, you can't die off! Not yet anyways, we need to get through your story. I guess... Oh wait, let me present this first. Lord Van Zyke's, about the article in this paper.
Oh yes, it seems there was a reporter nearby when that little skirmish took place. Had no idea it had been photographed. It was careless of me.
The top hat looked nice on you.
Looks as though he was taken taken after the people who attacked you had run away, though.
Rest assured, the police have already apprehended every last one of them.
There's someone else fighting alongside you, it seems. And I think it's the same man who's sitting over there as we speak, isn't it? Who are you?
As I mentioned already, he's my apprentice.
Perhaps you could tell us a little more about him? Oh, you will! I was gonna say. I thought he was gonna reply with, for his privacy, I will not say fucking anything.
He's in my tutelage to become a prosecutor, so you could say he's my apprentice, I suppose.
Ha, like you are to Hurley then, Reno.
I don't remember taking an apprenticeship with a great detective.
He's currently compiling a report about last night's attack.
It looks like he's wearing some kind of mask?
Lord Strongheart's orders. Nobody knows the man's face, or indeed his identity.
But why would you agree to take on such a clearly suspicious individual?
Lord Strongheart's orders again. He's not one for meaningless follies. There'll be a good reason for his actions.
I hope you're right. Stop looking over at him! It's so... Oh, hello! Hello. Ah!
The task is complete? Good. In that case, you can, collate all the beliefs.
Brief! Sorry, I'm stumbling looking at him. Hi. Nice to meet you. Back to work again. Well, at least we know he's focused on his work. He does his job. That was really strange, though. Never met the man before. Didn't even know he existed, and yet somehow it didn't feel like our first encounter.
Don't bother trying to converse with him. He says nothing to anybody from outside in this office. Lord Strongheart...
What? He's what?
Lord Strongheart has strictly forbidden it.
He can't speak! He's forced to be mute? Oh, I see. Is his identity really that... Okay.
Why are you so interested in my apprentice anyway?
Hmm? Oh, no, I mean... Sorry, I didn't mean to. The way he stood there so casually, yet with that flawless posture. It couldn't be. What? What? God, you're an irritable Inosuke! This is what I mean by this game making fucking cliffhangers and shit like this. They tease you and then they're, oh, well, a free guy! No! Well, it is what it is. We'll definitely see him again later, I guess. Maybe either later in this episode or in the next 2 episodes later.
Yes, there's something I've been meaning to ask you.
Oh? What's that?
That Nipponese man. Is he faring well?
Sorry?
The one arrested twice in a succession 6 months ago. With the stoop and the mustache and the jitters.
Ah, Mr. Natsume, you mean?
I'm not sure he'd be very pleased to find out you identified him from that list, Bruno.
He's fine, thank you. In fact, I received a letter from him by international post only the other day.
I see.
You seemed worried about his well-being? Or something of the like?
Well, I think we can end our discussion there, don't you? There's little time left before tomorrow's trial. I advise you to spend it investigating the case.
Yes, thank you for the advice, and for the conversation. Can't believe he's asking after Soseki-san. After... Nipponese. Not sure whether to feel happy about that or worried.
Never imagined that Mr. Eva would be friends with a mad scientist, did you? Had to turn up for the books?
Mad scientist? Huh? You mean Professor 𝐼𝐧𝐟𝐵? Yes, it might be worth quizzing the professor about his relationship with Lord Van Zyx, I think. Bye! I guess he's just gonna be here. Also, goodbye to you too, sir. Mr. Apprentice? I guess we'll call you that. Mr. Apprentice. We'll see you two later. I'm assuming we're going straight to the prison. Oh! There he is! I've already forgotten his voice. He was like very chipper in the animation, I think. Very, very lively. Local prison, cell 11. The warden said cell 11! That's this one.
Oh, there's someone curled up in a ball in the back corner. Look!
What's his name again? Professor Albert Hairbrain, wasn't it? Excuse me, Professor Hairbrain. Huh? Who are you? I'm Rinosuke Naruhodo. A lawyer? Was it something I said? A lawyer, you say? Would you be here about the experiment? Are you going to defend my hypothesis? Your hypothesis? Sorry, I don't... Yesterday's demonstration! That magnificent demonstration was... It was an out-and-out success by anyone's calculations! But despite that... No one listens! No one believes in the science! When it's explained, they all leave at high velocity! Now's probably not a good time to mention that your zeal made my concentration leave for a while too. Hello. Yesterday's demonstrations. I don't know how to do this voice. If it changes over time, it's changing over time. You mentioned the demonstration yesterday. Oh, Iris has gone to the other side. I think that is for the good, because if it ever breaks out, the door would open outwards, I believe. I'm pretty sure that's how these hinges are going anyways. It would open outwards and she'd be the first one to get hit, so her being on the other side is much safer for her.
Papers have called it a spectacular failure. After all, a man died in the explosion, didn't he?
Yes, you could interpret the results that way if you really wanted to. Well, I suppose in the strictest sense. The experiment was a failure, but at the same time it was a great success. You've lost me. I saw it with my own eyes! Right there in front of me, Mr. 𝐬𝐴zmund was spontaneously disassembled! Until then, everything was going exactly as my calculations had predicted! At that point, it should have been beamed to the crystal tower by instantaneous kinesis. I'm trying! However... the machine exploded and Mr. 𝐬𝐴zmund, in fact, oh, sorry, that wasn't her brain. Rinosuke, for a second, you will be a scientist. Yes, I can't deny that part of the experiment was a failure. So what you're saying is the large explosion that killed Mr. 𝐬𝐴zmund was an accident, correct?
The bigwigs had you arrested on suspicion of murder.
I was responsible for a man's death. That is the immutable truth here. And for that, I wish to be punished. At once! But... murder? Never in a million years! It was an accident! Simply an accident! I see.
Hurley and I were talking this morning, you know. He said that the situation would change completely depending on whether it was treated as an accident or a murder.
How exactly?
Well, if it really was an accident, then the professor's machine would be kept in protective custody.
On what grounds? Ah, yes! It's newly established here in Britain! The special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. That one passed me by. They're both just standing upwards. You know the emoji, the standing man emoji. This is what it feels like right now. Two of them next to each other.
But if the case is treated as a murder, then they'll say,
then they'll say my machine was a murder weapon, and they'll be able to pour it over as much as they like. Examine it in detail and find out how it's made, and then they'll be able to copy my idea. My precious hypothesis could be stolen. The machine must be protected from that at all costs. That's why it's imperative this. I feel like this man has given me a lot of fucking saliva in my mouth. Hold on. Hairbrain, Tio. I like this little, like, shaking head animation because it reminds me of when Herlock falls over. He's like little panic animation. So funny. Pretty sure there was another character that also had a similar animation like that. I can't remember. Best animation in the game, by the way, where the characters are like frantically shaking about and then they fall over. That is my favorite animation. That's why it's imperative that this whole incident is shown to have been an accident in tomorrow's trial. Ah, I see now. Instantaneous kinesis. So, in short, there was a terrible accident at the Great Exhibition Showground yesterday. Oh, you have a nice eye color. Yes, or rather no, the devil is in the details. Strictly speaking, there was a terrible explosion. Sounds the same to me.
you were demonstrating super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, weren't you? How fascinating.
No one gotta talk about how she knows that. She's 10 years old. She's a child. There's a child saying that sentence out loud. No one? Well, one genius to another, huh? Humans, like all matter, are made up of particles that are held together by electrical bonds. So it must be possible, using a sufficiently high voltage, to break those bonds and beam the particles through space. That's it in a nutshell. That's my idea, you see? That's my amazing hypothesis. Gosh, that's unimaginably high-level science. Oh, but dare to imagine it! Dare to dream of such incredible technology! Just think, one moment I could be here in this cell, and the next I could be at the Great Exhibition again! Well, yes, that would be incredible. And the next, in the mere blink of an eye, I could be at Great Parisian Theatre, say! Possibilities are endless! The whole of Half-House Planet would be within reach! So no more hiding in wardrobes on rocky seas for 50 days.
I don't really see it like that.
What do you mean, Iris?
Well, if you could travel anywhere in the world instantly, the planet wouldn't really seem vast anymore, would it? I think it would feel like you'd had shrunk.
My word! That's exactly right! Oh, what are the implications? What does that mean?
Oops. That's got Professor Bunnybrain really worried by the look of it.
This is yet another case of just because you can doesn't mean you should, I suppose. The point is, my calculations are flawless. The science works! But without a practical demonstration, it means nothing! And that's always a fly in the ointment.
Because practical demonstrations cost a lot of money. Money that young scientists like you don't have.
That's exactly it, yes.
Hurley's always complaining about it. He says the government should invest more in science.
Well, anyway, I bumped into him at the right time. Met the well-known investor, Miss Asman. The victim who died in yesterday's terrible accident, you mean? He wouldn't have been that stupid to throw himself into it unless he's actually not dead or something. Hold on, sorry. I just wanted to check the core record to see your age. 33. Yeah, 33. You two aged very differently. I thought maybe there's like a 1 year different at least, but no, they're like same year students. Oh my god. I just really processed that he's here. Masked man. The masked man apprentice, we'll call him. I'm still gonna call him apprentice. Face is always covered by a mask as the air of a completely unassailable man. His face is scary, his eyes are scary, but I can't deny that I like yellow eyes, so I like it. That's all I have to say. Oh, we have the victim here, a well-known financier who perished in the explosion on the Great Exhibition. On the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibition. I just skipped it down. It seems he was also at the head of a large criminal organization. Oh, it fell onto the victim, huh? Because after that, we'll just do it in order. The Reaper's varsity years. I understand Lord Van Zyks is a friend of yours from your university days? Yes, that's right! He was studying law, whilst I was studying science. What was he like back then? A good question. Unassuming, gentlemanly, an all-around nice fellow, really. Sorry, I think you misheard me. I'm talking about the cold-hearted, merciless prosecutor, Baroque Van Zyks. You called him handsome. What was he like when he was at university?
Talk about a leading question, Runo.
As I said, an unassuming and extremely pleasant gentleman. After all, he is the little darling of the Van Zyks family, with all its great aristocratic origins.
I didn't realize he had quite such noble blood.
Little darling! It was a bit of a shock when I came back to Britain and learned what he'd become. Reaper of the Bailey, no less. Yes, that's right. I did hear, though, that there was a very big event in his life that completely changed him after graduation. Really? What sort of event? Ah! I'm sorry. But I don't know anymore. I was in the country at the time. I was in Germany already. Oh, yes, of course. If he's heard all about the Reaper, I really don't have the heart to tell him that Lord Van Zyks will be the prosecutor in court tomorrow. The victim. The full name of the man who died in yesterday's accident was Mr. 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨, wasn't it? What exactly was your relationship with the man? He has visited me in my library in Germany a year ago now. He said he wanted to invest in my immaculate hypothesis. I think my lucky stars! I see. So you hadn't really known each other until then. Yeah, you have pretty eyes.
Money for scientific research. I'm so envious.
As far as I was concerned, the man was an angel! Oh, really? An archangel, even! He was prepared to fund a practical demonstration of my hypothesis for presentation at the Great Exhibition. And if that went well, I could expect additional financial support for my research from the British government. Mr. 𝐢𝐧𝐹 provided me with money and an exceptional engineer. He produced a machine to my precise specifications.
But then your dreams are blown to dust in one enormous explosion.
To put that lightly, Iris. As you can see, I owed everything to Mr. 𝐢𝐧𝐹. I would never, ever have thought of taking the man's life. Well, he seems genuine enough. I don't think he's lying. So, Professor, let me just make absolutely sure I've understood you properly. The huge explosion that occurred yesterday, that was an accident, you're saying? You had no intent to harm the victim. He was in fact the sole investor in your work, is that correct? As correct as 2 squared is 4, I swear it! Yes, it's true that the man perished in a machine of my invention. So I know that I'm far from blameless in all this, but still! I would never use my discoveries, my inventions, to take a person's life. Not in a centillion century. Yeah, sorry. The centillion fucking reminded me of... Have you seen that fucking lawsuit from Russia with fucking... Who was it again? with Google? Hold on. Hold on. It reminded me of that when I saw it. Was it Russia versus Google? 2 decillion. No, 20 decillion. $20 decillion dollars. It reminded me of that. I didn't know these numbers could go that big. You know? Like, Jesus fuck. I'm a man of science, is all I know. You have to believe me, please. Got to click back into the game. Do you believe me? Do you believe in my hypothesis? Science is the pursuit of truth, you know. I've always believed that all my life. I regret to tell you that I just had siren noises as you said that. I don't think that picked up on the mic, but I definitely heard siren noises and that just wasn't a good sign. I'm sure you'll be fine. I'm afraid I don't know much about science or your theories, but I do believe you, and I'll fight to prove your innocence with all my might. I'm a man of law. I'm a man of the law. It's all I know. You have to believe me, please. When I went to live in Germany after I graduated, I learned something very important. Nationality, class, lineage. None of that matters. As long as you try your hardest, you can achieve anything. Thank you for that, Professor. He speaks truth. He speaks hard facts. And thank you in advance for defending me tomorrow in court.
Alright, Reno. It's time. Time to visit the Great Exhibition.
Sorry?
Well, that's where the incident happened, isn't it?
Why do I always finish sentences? Yes, I suppose that's true. Time to investigate at last. Thank you for accepting us as your defense lawyer. We will aim to do our best. I can't say to get you your not guilty verdict because I'm not confident. But we'll do our best. Experimentation stage. I forgot to read the dialogue. The Great Exhibition Grounds. Foot of the Crystal Tower. Ugh. The showgrounds are a little too big for my liking. I've been walking around in dense crowds for 2 hours now and I felt myself swooning 3 times.
There are a lot of people out there. I've almost been trodden on 3 times too.
Be careful, won't you, Iris? Don't let go of my hand. Oh! Finally made it through the throngs, though, by the look of it. Here we are, underneath the public experimentation stage where the explosion happened yesterday. Oh dear. What's that? You know, your voices from up on the stage. It sounds like an argument. Who? Oh my god, it's Ginny! Oh, I get to see her here! Wait, she's in a different fit! Oh! Look at her! Oh my god, look at her! Right, I've had it with you this time. I'm warning you, I'll arrest you in a minute. Oh yeah? Go on then. Inspector, give it a shot. You ain't got no evidence and you know it. Wait, I know those voices. You got a cheeky little mouth on you, young lady, but no to the cells would teach you some manners. Just try it, I dare you, if you want that bag of chips rammed down your throat.
Yoo-hoo! Grexy! What are you doing up there?
He's probably scrambling down Looney Tunes style. Ah! Ah! It's you! Yeah! You all leadership! Don't know where my voice went. Let me drink some water. That was not your voice. Sorry. Oh, fuck.
Your ladyship! Oh, your ladyship! I hope you're doing well, your ladyship!
Does that make her 3 times a lady?
I'm not well at all. It's far too busy everywhere. I wanted to ride in a balloon, but there was a 3-hour queue.
Unbelievable! I won't have a word for you at once, your ladyship. You'll be flying as high as a kite in no time once I pull some strings for you.
Tobias Gregson, Inspector at Scotland Yard. Till recently, he was suspended from duty, but it would appear he's back in action now. He's actually quite well known, appearing as he does in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. And for that reason, he can't say a word wrong to the story's author, Iris. But there are limits, surely. Or there should be.
Watch your sunshine!
Sorry.
What gives then? Don't tell me you're on this case.
Yes, I'm acting for the defense.
So we're here to investigate.
Yeah, maybe that's the situation, is it?
Is it really that troubling?
Measly 5 bob? Is that all you got? You're a lawyer, ain't ya? You could stand to carry a bit more copper around in your pockets, Mr. Naruto.
What? Hey! That's my last bit of spending money, that is! Oh, look at her! She's got fitted clothing and everything! It would have been 6 months for us as well, since we last saw her.
Yeah, I can have it back, but I'll charge ya for all the bother.
3 bob. You can't do an accent, by the way. This is 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨, a pickpocket or a diver, born and bred in the East End of London. In the case that led to my own suspension 6 months ago, this is the young girl I was defending in court.
What's your problem, Mayudo? Diver? Pickpocket? What's with all the name calling? You want a bag of chips round down your throat and all, ya?
I thought you were proud to be a diver, Gina. You were just arguing with Inspector Gregson about it, weren't you? I assumed you'd be up to your usual tricks here at the showground.
That ain't no way to talk to a lady, Odo. Half a year's work. Half a year's a long time. People can change. I'm an apprentice now, learning to be a Scotland Yard detective. What? They gave you permission even after all that? Oh! Really? So I have to call me what everyone else does. It's Inspector Lisha now. Inspector?
That badge is homemade, surely.
Inspector Pirate isn't entirely accurate, no one calls her that. For what it's worth anyway, investigating is off the cards for all of us.
What's that supposed to mean?
Right, well, I'll be back up top. You hold the fort down here, alright?
Right, so...
This raises a lot of questions.
Oh, we get to talk to her! Hi!
Oh, we get to look up. Oh, rather than side to side, it's up and down now. Cool, cool. Well, we're going to investigate and examine the area first before we talk to Gina. Oh, unless... Can we investigate? That look? Yes. This platform must have been set up for the experiment, I suppose. It's very high up.
About 30 feet above the ground, apparently. That's what a policeman I just spoke to said.
I don't really understand feet very well, but we don't use them in Japan. Me too.
Oh, yes, sorry. It's about 9 meters.
Oh. Wait, she can convert? Damn.
But seeing you have been in London a year, Bruno, it's time you got used to our measurements.
Yes. This thing is so tall, the spectators at the front would just have seen a wall and nothing else.
They probably thought they secured the best spot to watch from, only to be disappointed.
There's a saying in Japan. Darkest spot is right under the lighthouse. I feel like it probably applies here. The Crystal Tower. It's only an apt name. It was built to be the focal point of the exhibition, and it definitely is, being so tall with all that glass. Can't imagine a building like this ever being erected in Japan.
There are a lot of exhibits inside the tower as well, apparently. Of course, there's an observation deck, but there's also an art gallery, a zoo, and a museum. But I heard you have to queue for 3 hours just to get through the doors.
At the moment, the shattered glass from the failed experiment may well be the biggest draw.
And thanks to that accident, the whole tower is shut.
Suddenly, it's not the Crystal Tower anymore, but the Crystal Glass Shower.
Apparently, everyone's taking to the skies now to look down on the disaster area from above instead. But there's a 3-hour queue to go up in a balloon now.
Londoners must be very patient people. And this is the one reason why I'm glad that I have motion sickness and I can't really deal with rides. Like when I went to Disneyland, because no, I'm not waiting hours. I'm not waiting an hour in a queue.
Oh, look, what's this? A ripped piece of cloth.
Not like any fabric I've seen before. Very thick and stiff. It looks extremely durable.
It's a canvas, I think. With some sort of rubber backing. And the edges appear to be a bit charred as well.
Maybe that means it had something to do with the explosion.
Let's make a note of it while Ginny's mid-yawn.
Piece of green cloth, a torn piece of canvas-like material backed with rubber that was found under the experimentation stage of the exhibition grounds. There are scorch marks at the edges. For some reason, the ground is damaged in this spot. Look, almost as if there was a fire here or something.
Yes, if you look closely, there's some scattered ash and burnt embers too.
Well, I suppose there was a big explosion just above here. People probably wouldn't bat an eyelid at a small fire like this would have been.
I'm not sure we English are quite that laid back, Bruno.
What is this?
Huh? It looks as though somebody dropped something behind the tree just here.
Dropped or hid? What is this? Some part of the machine that exploded?
Maybe. It could have fallen from the platform above in the blast, perhaps.
What's going on here? Oh, nothing! Think I'll hang on to this just in case. Mysterious contraption. A very curious device found behind a tree under the experimentation stage at the exhibition grounds, almost as if it had been hidden there deliberately. Oh, we just took it. Well, that's why it looks out of place, huh? I don't even think it had a shadow. Okay, uppies? Ah, I'm not gonna comment about the flag? Oh, we'll talk about the balloons, huh? I've been meaning to ask you for a while now, but what are those funny round blobs floating in the sky?
Oh, they're the flying balloons I've been talking about. I want to go up in one so much.
I've read about situations like this in a magazine about strange phenomena. The creatures from outer space coming in round flying objects to attack Earth. I was not ready for this lore drop of 𝐢𝐧𝐼𝐴 being scared of aliens.
What?
I suppose inhabitants of other planets are bound to be interested in the great exhibition. This is it, Iris. It's happening.
It's not. Don't worry. I'll explain it all to you later over a nice cup of tea, you know.
Being consoled by a 10-year-old that aliens shouldn't... well, don't exist. Oh, poor 𝐢𝐧𝐼𝐴. Okay, I think the only thing is to examine the people here. Crystal Tower is the exact fucking dialogue that I clicked before. Did I misclick? Or is it the same? It's the- oh, no, 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 no!
That's where the cove ended up after, is instant kinesis, or whatever they call it. That, of course. They're calling the experiment a success.
What's the wooden scaffold there for?
Coppers allowed set them up after the incident happened. Got a body down, I think. Don't know, really.
What do you mean you don't know? Didn't you help to erect the scaffold then?
Nah, lookout duty's more my thing. Run around the exhibition and keep a lookout for the fun stuff. Mind Gregson doesn't hear you saying that, or will give you the boot. It's incredible though, isn't it? I mean, could the victim really have bridged that gap by some sort of invisible kinesis? We'll talk to her about Gina.
How have you been?
It was 8 months, not 6 months. It was 8 months ago now that— oh wait, no, 8 months is when you first met Gina. 6 months ago should have been her case. It was 2 months after when we first met her with the Irishman. I forgot his name. It was 8 months ago now that I first encountered Gina in connection with a case I was working on. At the time, she was living in the East End with a group of other orphans. She helped all of them survive by pickpocketing, but then she got embroiled in a murder. Oh well, time to think. In prison? No, thanks, I couldn't go on like I was. The diamond weren't working out.
Oh, I'm so pleased to hear it, Ginny. Well done.
So, you went from being a pickpocket to a detective?
You got it.
Good, innit? Inspector Lestrade. Sounds like something out of a book, eh? Talk about a sea change. And then there's Iris' old man to think about. Iris's father, you mean? Yeah, I promised her, didn't I? I said I'd get all the police forces around the world to pull out all the stops. Look at him. Just a small promise then. Nothing serious.
Oh, Ginny, you're so sweet.
So anyway, at I had a go at the test for Scotland Yard. Only trouble is I don't read, so how do I? Just a small problem, nothing serious.
And that's when Hurley approached Grexy and asked for help. So the inspector said he'd take full responsibility for Ginny and made her a sort of apprentice.
It was very magnanimous of Inspector Gregson and brave.
Well, you know Hurley. He enjoys finding ways to make people do what he wants.
The great detective likes digging for dirt, in other words. The long and the short of it is, if you got questions about the case, you can ask Inspector Lestrade. Alright then, Inspector. Actually, there's still a big mystery surrounding Gina, isn't there?
Oh, what, Reno? What?
Well, 6 months ago, Gina was the defendant in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper. Trial in which she was found not guilty, and yet here she is, still. Come on, you're not still on about that, are ya? Legend of the Reaper, or whatever it's called. Car, you don't have to worry about it. If I didn't half worry, there probably wouldn't be a whole lot of you left. It's like I told you before, innit? Reaper's kinda like him upstairs. He knows that I'm on the inside. I ain't really done nothing wrong. I ain't really done nothing wrong. I can't read her dialogue. I can't read as it is! She can't read either, apparently. We're in this together. Nothing wrong might be stretching a point.
What about Mr. Natsume in Japan? He's perfectly fine, isn't he?
Well, that's true. Perhaps the Reaper is more discerning than I thought. Exactly. So I ain't worried. I'm totally fine. Yesterday's incident. Posture check! I found myself leaning. Stop! Stop! Cora was out, that's what it was.
The brainy bloke pulled a bunch of levers on his machine, suddenly it started billowing smoke. Then it just went pop. Ain't seen a better experiment here yet.
Sorry?
You mean you saw it, Ginny? With your own eyes? Yeah, of course. Boss is in charge here, ain't he? Of keeping everything running smooth, I mean.
Boss being Inspector Gregson, I suppose? It's going to take some getting used to.
That's all I have to say. So all I have to say is that I'm on duty and I can do whatever I want to. Get this! I was up in one of the flying balloons when it happened. Watched it from above. No! You're so lucky, Ginny! Maybe I should join Scotland Yard too. Yeah, do it!
Let me adjust my seat.
Brum brum.
Oh, I just went to skim her dialogue, she knows.
You know how to put the boss in his place already, right, Iris? You have no trouble at all.
Oh, that was a voice crack.
Then it's settled. When do I start?
No. You can't join Scotland Yard, Iris.
Oh, see? Anyway, what I don't understand is this. If the machine exploded so spectacularly, how can Professor Bunnybrain still be claiming that his experiment was a success?
Alright, well, it was a success in a way. It was. How can it have been?
Successful experiment? Question mark? Surely if the whole machine blew up, no one could have called the experiment a success.
It's like I said, it did sort of work. I mean, yeah, there was a lot of smoke and that whooping great bang. Which I think they found the victim's body, eh? In the crystal tower over there.
What?
In the tower. Sit for yourself, can't you? Up there on the scaffold.
Well, the glass is broken, you mean?
The cage what the victim got in to start with really did beam through the air or whatever and landed all the way over there. So you see, it did kind of work, didn't it?
What?
I don't believe it. I mean, I don't get the ins and out of it, but anything's possible, right? With science. I'll tell you what, you can have this. It's a plan of the experiment they drew up at the yard.
Are you sure?
Yeah, go on. I had 3 bob off ya before, so fair's fair. Yes, I didn't actually give that to you, did I?
Well, we got a trade at least.
Experiment sketch, a diagram showing the relative positions of the crystal tower and the Professor Hairbrain's machine that exploded. At the investigation. Something Inspector Gregson said before seemed a little strange.
Yes, naughty old Gregsy ran off after that without explaining himself.
Explaining himself? Alright, that. Boss said no one's allowed to investigate that weird machine what blew up yesterday.
Well, that's not fair. We're representing the defendant.
In that case, could you at least tell us what you've learned from your investigation?
Nah,
You're not getting it. We ain't allowed to investigate neither. What? What did the boss call them again? The forensic investigation team, I think? Anyway, apart from them lot, no one's allowed to lay a finger on the scene. A bit funny, innit? So even Scotland Yard's own detectives can't investigate. Yes, I've never heard of something like that before. Not that good of a gander on the quiet though, but the boss caught me at it. Probably had him give me an earful about it before down here, didn't ya? Stop bleeding fair. I think you were giving him as much of an earful back as I remember it. Yeah, well, sometimes I think it's all them chips what make him so stubborn. Say something to him, Oda. Go on, see if you can get him through him. He's up on the platform above us, is he? Where the machine that exploded is.
we can try, can't we, Reno? Gregsy will listen to us.
To you. Clarification? Do we have to move? No, we just have to interact with it, maybe. No? Wait, I didn't skim the things. Oh wait! The stairs. Interact with the stairs. These stairs obviously lead to the stage above. We should go up there and investigate the exact spot where the experiment was being conducted. I was correct. Ooh. Great exhibition grounds. Experimentation stage. Ooh. That's it, is it? The machine that blew up.
Oh, it must have been a magnificent explosion, and I've seen my fair share.
You've seen things like this before, you mean?
Of course. 𝐼𝐴 is always doing experiments that end in a bang. In fact, in his own words, explosions are the very essence of chemistry.
Ah, that might explain the smell of burning that frequently comes wafting up the stairs.
One time, he made something that exploded with such force it took the roof off the building. I wish you'd been there to see it, Bruno.
It's hard to get too excited about that, given that I now live in the roof.
Well, anyway, that's enough about that. It's time to investigate.
Ah, look, Inspector Gregson is over there. Seems to be deep in thought about something, whilst eyeing up the machine carefully.
Really? He just looks confused to me.
Deep in thought.
So we tried to explore. I'll just click randomly, and if he yells at us, he yells at us. Oh, it ripped itself apart magnificently, didn't it?
Magnificently and mercilessly.
So someone stands in the middle of the machine to be disassembled and then beamed through the air?
Yes, beamed, not blasted. That's the point.
Yes, that part's crucial, really. Is something like that even possible, though, Iris?
Oh, Bruno, I'm just a child. How should I know?
A child when it suits you, you mean?
From what I can tell, I think if you were to pull...
Don't touch it!
That was practically instantaneous kinesis the way you flew over just now, Grexy.
Please, your ladyship, I didn't mean to startle you, but I can't let you touch anything up here.
So sorry, you can have some of my latest special blend to make up for it.
What? Wonderful. This stuff really is wonderful.
It's just like old times, this is. Bro, my jaw is cooked, speaking as Iris. We're representing Professor Hairbrain in court tomorrow, Inspector. So we should be allowed to examine the scene. Grexy! Your voice! Oh my god. Oh my god. I might need to refill my water soon.
Listen, Sunshine, even I'm not allowed to touch anything up here. It's a blasted special dispensation for scientific equipment act to blame. It's driving me potty.
Ah, yes, that special dispensation. Professor mentioned that too.
No red tape's all we need. I don't know what the government thinks it's playing at sometimes.
But we're allowed to just look, aren't we? Surely that's alright, isn't it, Grexy?
Of course, your ladyship. Anything you say, your ladyship. But please don't get your dainty hands dirty, will you?
Don't worry. We wouldn't dream of touching anything, would we, Bruno?
She really knows how to get what she wants. Get played. So we can still look around, though? Or is he gonna yell at us? Considering how badly damaged everything is, Professor Harebrained was lucky to escape unscathed, I'd say. We should have a good look around the machine while we can, I think.
Touch anything, I'll make sure I'll kill you before I get strung up myself, you hear?
I won't touch a thing, I promise! So please, spare thought for your digestion. Anyway, do you really think this machine could actually disassemble people like the professor claims?
Yes. Looking totally incredulous. You got a rest, Sunshine? If we're allowed to examine all this bleeding scrap metal, maybe we can answer that question. But we can't, can we?
Because of the annoying rules, you mean?
Exactly! The annoying obstructive flaming rules!
Oh, look at the base of the machine there.
Oh yes, there's a tool of some kind breaking through the wire mesh.
It's a screwdriver, I think?
Oh, isn't it a lovely one? The handle is in the shape of a capital A.
It is? Yes, you're right.
What's the matter with you? Don't touch anything I said! Don't touch anything, I'll make sure I kill you before I
Get struck up, I said. Yes, I understand, sorry. I only touched it a teeny weeny bit. You have to turn it around so you can see the A.
Grexy, I'm very curious about this screwdriver. Really, very, very curious.
Oh, your ladyship! You're so clever, your ladyship! Fancy spotting something like this?
I gotta do this song and dance until I finish investigating this area, huh?
I'm afraid I can't let you have it.
But Bruno found it first.
I assure you, I'll investigate it thoroughly.
He's gone off with it.
That was very mean, I'm afraid. Inspector Gregson is going to make a very clumsy and embarrassing mistake in next month's installment now.
Poor Gregsy. There are all sorts of strange buildings here in the Great Exhibition grounds, aren't there? I seem to remember something similar being exhibited in Japan one time.
Oh, in your country, Bruno? I do wish I could go and see it. I present a particularly steely samurai with a present of one of Hurley's stories I'd written especially. And see if I can get Hurley into a jam against some Rarititsu master ninjas.
Rarititsu? You might not find as many of those sorts of people around as you think.
Oh, well that's dull.
Oh, but I do know a prosecutor with a Chomage top knot I could introduce you to.
Chomage, really? Do you think I could have my picture taken with him, do you?
Assuming he's recovered from the trim Kazuma gave him a year ago, yes. But Kazuma did that. A parting gift, if you would. Gotta make sure I've examined everything. The hitbox is kind of annoying. Oh, what is that gigantic thing over there? It looks like an enormous water wheel.
Oh, that's a Ferris wheel. There'll be people riding inside those little cabins you can see.
Why?
Well, they rotate nice and slowly, so it's a wonderful way to see the surrounding scenery.
Oh, wait, it's turning, but it looks completely still.
Yes, that's because it's turning so slowly, one complete revolution takes about half an hour.
If you're mad enough to go in one, it would be more fun to whiz around fast, don't you think?
I feel as though you might have just invented a new sort of ride there, Bruno.
Oh, not the roller coaster. My motion sickness couldn't. I'm trying to remember if I've ever gone on a Ferris wheel before. I don't think I have. No, I have! I remembered. In Japan. I forgot. So those are people carrying balloons, dangling silently in the skies over London. I always thought the day would come when humans would discover how to fly. But I never imagined it would involve them being suspended from colorful floating tamari handballs.
I'm sure it must feel amazing being up there among the clouds. Let's take a ride together, Runo, please.
I've been in like a small plane, but I've never been in a hot air balloon before. You know, they're like those little small planes that you ride in to like view in a place. They, like fly you around. I don't know how you'd call that, but I have been in one of those before. I've never actually been in a hot air balloon. Maybe one day. If I'm being perfectly honest, I would like to try. Without a cast iron guarantee that the thing won't plummet to the ground, I'm too scared.
Oh well, in that case, I should tell you what 𝐲𝐼 said. It's physically impossible for a flying balloon to plummet to the ground as long as it doesn't explode.
Yes, call me crazy, but I think that exploding part might play on my mind a little. Oh, fucking hell, Sholmes. Alright. That amazing horn-shaped device is pointing towards the Crystal Tower. I suppose once people are disassembled by the machine, they're shot out of that thing to wherever they're going.
I don't think it was supposed to shoot anything, Runo. It was set up to beam people to the Crystal Tower, where they'd be reconstructed in their original form.
Well, I don't like the look of it. Because as amazing as it looks, the accident wouldn't have happened in the first place, of course.
I suppose that's true, yes.
Nothing ever goes according to plan, does it? Way to diss the poor fucking professor. Oh my god, he tried. Alright, well, I think that was the area. There wasn't really much up in the skies. But actually, I'll look at the... let me look at it one more time. Just in case there was like a little missing bit that I didn't notice. No. Yeah. Hello, Grexy. I'm not very excited to speak in your voice again. I don't have enough water. Using high voltage electricity to somehow disassemble a man's body and then beam him across to the Crystal Tower. It's an extraordinary thing to attempt, especially in public.
Sure, it was by far the most unusual of the experiments we'll have an exhibition, mind.
To be honest, I'm a bit surprised it was allowed. Carrying out something so dangerous with so many spectators present, I mean.
Government's doing everything it can to promote new technology at the moment. I'm more worried about being ahead of the game than the odd spot of public safety infringements. If they can be the first to develop some new technology, it makes Britain more powerful in the future, you see?
Yes, I suppose that's true in a way.
The powers that be are placing a heavy emphasis on the scientists' right at the moment.
What sort of right?
Making it so that any theories the brains have remain their legal property, as it were. Right through developing it into practical idea and even going into production. Which is the infuriating reason us corpers aren't allowed to touch the crime scene. Because the new high falatine
Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act forbids it! Ah!
I see now!
The people with permission to investigate here are from some brand new department of the yard. The Forensic Investigation Team, it's called. We've been relegated to keep guard and...
The Forensic Investigation Team! Ah, this is where Emma is born.
Any old fool can see that this heap of scrap metal was a sham to begin with! Just because it says scientific equipment on the paperwork, got to a flaming thing with it!
Poor Grexy. He's very head up, isn't he?
Special dispensation. I can't say for some reason. Dispensation. Remind me again? What's this new legal act that means we're not allowed to touch the scene here? Posture check.
So, are you having me out at Sunshine? The Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
Yes, I think 𝐲𝐼 mentioned that recently, with a real twinkle in his eyes, I remember.
Sure he did, your ladyship, I'm sure he did! Well, especially for this great exhibition it was. All scientists have to do is present their ideas or inventions to some suits in the civil service. If it gets rubber stamped, that's a guarantee of rights to maintain the invention's confidentiality.
What does that really mean? Gregson, we're retiring your voice for the sake of my voice. Think about it. Think of all the world-changing new inventions on display every day at this exhibition. Although a good half of them are a load of cobblers, if you ask me, put forward by shammers like yourself. Thanks for that.
Oh, I love how absurd some of the inventions here are. It's all so fun.
It might it might be fun to you, but a member of the force has to be present at every single demonstration. Can you imagine, eh?
Hang science, that's what I say.
Oh, I don't think so. That sounds like my dream job.
You two think otherwise after spending a day guarding all these shammers' bogus contraptions. But if they're all bogus, how can anyone hope to demonstrate them? There'd be no point. It'd be a magic show at that point, huh? Yeah, well, there is a point, sadly. Sorry! I was adjusting my earphone. Sorry if that was loud. Sorry? Next to another of our government's bright ideas, if any theory or invention is deemed to show potential, the government hands out a research grant. Scientists get funding? Exactly, and that's what they're all after. All these shammers coming from far and wide to clog up Hyde Park. And who has to keep them all safe, eh? Who has to smile politely and welcome them? Us coppers are too. So you can see why I say it now, can't you? Hang science, hang it!
Oh, maybe I can see your point.
Professor Hairbrain. Apparently Professor Hairbrain lives and works in Germany now, conducting his research. That's right, came back to Britain especially for the Great Exhibition as I understand it. Probably after one of the government's research grants. Actually, we learned something else about the professor earlier today. Found his time in further education, it turns out he was at university with someone we both know. Lord Van Zyks. Eh? What's that? That seems to me. But if Van Zyks demands a prosecution, then as the accused, the professor's fate is sealed? Because the Reaper will get him one way or another. Lie me, that man's beyond me. I don't know what goes on in that head of his. Oopsie, misclicked. Talking of Van Zyks, this morning's paper ran the story of him being attacked. Read that?
Oh yes, but Mr. Reaper is completely fine. Nothing to worry about that.
Yes, right. Glad to hear it. Still, the Reaper, huh? How long's that business gonna keep up, I wonder? This is interesting. The victim of this case, the investor, Mr. Asman, he was another of the Reaper's victims, or so I heard. Lord Baruch Van Zyks is a top-class prosecutor, but even he can't always push the right verdict, though. True, sometimes justice can't win. Yes, I've heard about jurors being bribed and evidence being falsified, and that's how the notion of the Reaper of the Bailey came about, isn't it? Obviously, Scotland Yard suspected Van Zyks initially. We all assumed he was taking matters into his own hands if he failed to seal the deal in court. I'm watching something like this. It's a K-drama. I don't know if anyone knows about it, but it's called, The Judge from Hell. It's about a devil in a judge's body. And the only reason I picked it up is because of Ace Attorney. For anyone that's curious about that show, please watch it as well so that I can talk to someone about it. But there's a lot of like brutal, like it's like MA-15 murder, maybe R-rated shit. It's like it's really fucked up. A lot of the cases that you go through is fucked up, but basically, it's what's happening here. So the devil in the show basically needs to prosecute murders in their own version of the trial, not like human trials. So the only way they can do that is if they die and can get like directly sent to hell. So what does she do? She kills them herself. It's a very interesting plot. That's why I picked it up. But a lot of the cases are very icky. It was kind of yuck, but yeah, I can't deny I liked watching the quotations trial from the devil. That's all I have to say. I'm not going to elaborate any more on that. Also, posture check, but I can't really do that because I'm in my hermit posture. I'll fix it after, but I have to sit like this so that I feel satisfied. I'll have to move the mic a little bit there. Wait, I have to reach. Let me put my water bottle nearby there. Although the man himself denies that charge. We've done a very thorough investigation, and the conclusion we reached is that Lord Van Zyks is in no way related to the deaths of those people outside the courtroom. There's no question in my mind. I'd stake my reputation on it. I would. But if that's true, then I had to explain it. But those defendants couldn't have just coincidentally died if nobody killed them. I know that! But I can't explain it. It's a mystery after all, isn't it? That's the whole point of the Reaper. Professor Hairbrain mentioned something else. He said that at university, Lord Van Zyks is a totally different person, easygoing and kind. You what? He said that it was after they both graduated that something happened to change the man. Do you have any idea what it was? No clue, he says. Really? Look, I've got my hands full watching over this frustrating crime scene. Why don't you go and make a nuisance of yourself somewhere else, eh? He's very obviously avoiding the question. He could have played it out a bit differently, but no. He looked very obvious there. Right, are you done here, Mr. Nahodo? Sorry? Isn't it about time you were leaving? Rather. It is about time you are leaving. He wants us to fuck off. There are a lot. The lot are here now. That lot? Forensic investigation team. They'll be giving me the heave-ho in a minute too.
Oh dear, poor Grexy. Yeah, have another cup of my special blend to cheer you up.
He takes it happily. Ah, that hit the spot. Yep, it hits it every time. Or at least I've seen the scene with my own eyes. Looks like this is as far as we're going to get with our investigations. Here at least.
I've been thinking. Harley might know something, mightn't he?
About what?
About Mr. Reaper.
About what happened to Lord Van Zyks, you mean? It could sound like something very significant occurred after he graduated from university. Something that completely changed his life. Maybe, but I have no idea where to find Mr. Sholmes at the moment. He's in the middle of some big case, isn't he?
Here, this is what you need.
What's this? Some kind of entrance ticket? Madam Tuspells? Is this supposed to mean something to me?
You don't know it? It's the most popular attraction in London at the moment. It's very close to Baker Street, actually. We could go now if you like.
No. We don't have time for visiting attractions today, Iris. We have a big trial tomorrow.
But that's where Hurley is.
What? At this popular London attraction?
Yes?
How is it that you know where he is?
Hurley told me. And he told me to keep it a secret from you, Bruno.
Madam Tuspells? I don't see how that it could be related to the case we're investigating here, but then stranger things have happened, and when they happen, Mr. Sholmes is usually at the heart of them. I guess we're fucking off. Goodbye. New location has been added. Ugh, my throat. Hi, Apollo! I made it, let's go. How are you? Welcome. Excuse me, I'm suffering from voice acting. It's very intense having to have Iris next to us, I'll be honest. I'm happy that she's talking so much, but God, it's painful. Because it doesn't hurt to speak as her. The issue is that I have to fluctuate back up when there's like deep voices, and that keeps happening here. Oh my god. Maybe for not being here a lot, I've been tired as fuck. That is completely fine, man. Always put yourself first. But thank you for making it today. Whatever the reason, don't worry about it. I hope you're fine now then. Because I heard you've been very, very busy. So you need all the rest that you can get. Update 9 should actually be coming out today. I've unfortunately got the law part of it because, well, mainly writer's block. Fair, real shit. Shouldn't take as long as update 9 did. It should help people get into Broken Record. Also tell a lot of world lore. Which should be nice. Oh, I'm looking forward to that one. That's exciting! Yippee! Well, if you do manage to post it today, I look forward to it. But whenever you do post it, I'm excited nonetheless. But really, it's nice to see you again. Because Boca Castle pops in to tell me about you not making a stream sometimes. Which is really sweet. But don't worry, don't completely fine. If anything, what is it? I gotta blast through the investigations anyway, so. For anyone that does comment to the streams, I always feel really bad that I see them very late because I'm so hyper fixated on the game. The grind set is strong in this one. That's fine. The game, the plot, sorry. The plot is finally, like, amping the fuck up. I think it's because, Sholmes is getting more mysterious, and then we have Van Zyke that's also getting a lot of screen time. Screen time outside of the damn trial anyway, so I'm happy. But it's also a lot of work, because god fuck my voice. I can see why voice actors have to do a lot of like vocal exercises and warm-ups beforehand. I do none of that. Will we actually get to see him? I wonder what this... It's a museum, isn't it? Interesting waxwork exhibits not far from Baker Street to become a very popular London attraction in recent years. I wonder what this place looks like. Madam, I still don't know. Dispels? Would you say it like that? Dispels Museum of Waxworks. Oh! Jesus, my eyes. One of them doesn't look right. What is this place? Look at all these terrifying scenes. Why are all the people so still? Guillotines? Ruthless murderers? I know what I'll be dreaming about tonight. There's two of him here that are kind of... One of them looks very familiar.
The old wax models. They're amazingly realistic, aren't they? What do you think, Bruno? Sure.
Wax? Models? Ah! I read about dead bodies and wax once in a magazine about strange phenomena. Depending on... He's very superstitious. Depending on how corpses are kept after death, parts of them can turn into wax, apparently. It's called a dip... A what? A dip... Dipposary? Wait, what does the actor say? Defined as a late-stage post-mortem decomposition product consisting of a mixture of free fatty acids, FFAs, formed under favorable conditions due to the hydrolys's Hydralis of triglycerides in adipose tissue. I butchered everything there, but how do you pronounce it? Adipocere? Hold on, let me... What? Adipocere? Adipocere? Adipocere. That's the phonetic standard. Adipocere. A waxy substance produced by the decomposition of dead animal bodies in a moist burial places or underwater. Where? Adipocere? Gosh. Ask Poke to do like every stream, yes. Without fail, he's always reported back what you've told him to do.
Stop talking about creepy things like that, Runo. You're scaring me. Anyway, adipocere doesn't form readily, you know?
Ah!
What now?
Oh, I've just remembered something else I've read in another magazine about strange phenomena. There was an old lady, maybe a witch, who used to pour molten wax all over corpse and put them on display.
None of the exhibits in here are real.
I digress.
They're all entirely man-made replicas.
Can't be! Do you really expect me to believe that? Just look at them!
Oh.
There's no way anybody could make models of people that are this realistic. And they're all such gruesome scene. Wait.
What is it?
No. I must be seeing things. What? What the fuck? Yo! No. Let's look at everything else, okay? Okay. Nah. Hell no. Nah. Not. Is this some infamous murder?
Yes, called Jane the Ripper. All her victims were young women.
I know it. You can tell by the way she's holding that knife. Sure sign of a murderer.
Oh, yes?
Ah!
What's the matter, Runo?
I worked it out. I know what she's doing. She's trying to fill that bathtub with blood so that she can have a soak in a victim's gore.
Now, according to the information about the exhibit on the little board here, it doesn't mention anything about the bathtub.
Really?
Sorry, I don't think it's significant.
Still think it has to be there for a reason. Looks really cool though. I'll give him that. Never been to a wax museum before. We are not looking at that. We are going to look over here. Ugh. Is this an example of Western Tsuchigiri?
I don't know what that is.
You know, when an unscrupulous samurai randomly attacks a passerby to test his sword.
I still don't know. No. But actually, a waxwork samurai would probably be hugely popular. Could you model it? Do you think, Runo? Does that Tsujigiri thing you mentioned? Doing that Tsujigiri thing you mentioned?
Well, I do have a sword, but I have no intention of testing how sharp it is on a human subject. For now, at least. Excuse me, for now. Why is this separate that you can examine?
Oh, that's a funny place for a little ladder. What is it? Is something wrong?
No, it's just that in Japanese we have a totally different word for a ladder that folds in half like that.
We do in English too, you know. It's a stepladder, or just steps. So be careful of making assumptions about other cultures, Runo. That's how wars are started.
I didn't realize stepladders were an international point of contention, with the rioters making a street point. They got the stepladder joke in! Hell yeah. These models are so well made, I can't tell what's a waxwork and what's a real human.
Or maybe all the exhibits are real people. And when it's closing time and all the visitors have gone home, they suddenly start moving.
That's a movie. There's multiple movies of that. Ugh, just thinking about it makes me wish it was closing time already. And I was on my way home. We're not gonna talk about that, are we? That big heavy curtain is in a very prominent position, isn't it? A nasty feeling there's going to be something truly terrifying behind it.
Oh yes, that's the famous To Spell special exhibit. It depicts one of England's most notorious killers. Do you want to pay the extra fee and have a look?
Pay more money? To be even more terrified? Oh, let me think about that for a moment.
Is only a suggestion.
Is this an arm?
It looks like an arm, doesn't it? Maybe one of the waxwork models has fallen over.
You don't think it could be the work of one of the mass murderers in here, do you?
Bruno! Stop scaring me!
Is it a wax arm or a real one? Oh!
Come on, you're always pointing that finger of yours in court. Pick that arm now and see how it feels.
That's so scary! Objection! No, we're fucking up. Let's talk to Sholmes. Wait, I'll do one more gleam over everything. God, that's so fucking scary, dude. Hell no. What if it is a dead person? It looks like a model of a dead model. I hate it. I hate it here. These fuckers are definitely real. There's no way. It's Dong! The great detective Mr. Herlock Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes has his own wax statue on here? Really?
Well, he is world famous after all.
It's an uncanny resemblance, isn't it? It makes my skin crawl to look at it.
I know. But look, Bruno, you can kick this Hurley and he doesn't move a muscle.
She's fucking around with him. She's trolling him. She knows. You can't go around kicking the exhibits, Iris. Wait. It just moved. I'm sure. Not just a little bit either.
Really? Did it?
Look closely. There are beads of sweat on the face of this waxwork model. Shall we move on, Iris? Over there. Look, there's a great murder scene to enjoy. Much more appealing.
Hold it!
My dear fellow, I take exception to your recoiling in such a manner, as if he's saying something truly abhorrent. Mr. Sholmes? I knew it. Iris, what possessed you? I strictly forbade you from divulging my temporary waxwork secret to Mr. Nardo. Temporary waxwork? What do you mean? And that kick? Could you not have exercised a little more restraint? You winded me!
But Bruno has something he needs to ask you.
Ah, a question?
And I thought you'd probably be getting bored too.
You actually just sit here? You mean your prior engagement after leaving the house is to just fucking stand here for the next few hours? You're ridiculous!
So here we are.
Well, I can't deny that your timing was impeccable. A mere 2 minutes being more stationary like that, and my great brain upon which all my success has been built would have turned to wax. You know, actually, it makes sense that he just stood here. He probably was meditating in his own form. Thank goodness we arrived in time. Indeed! In many ways, the pair of you just saved the world from an unimaginable loss.
Oh, Harley. You do like to talk nonsense, don't you?
Ha!
You know something, it's true. About Lord Van Zykes and what happened in the past to change him. Now that you're here, let's take our time. How can I be of assistance? For you're in luck, I'm suddenly quite taken with the idea of conversing. Ah, well, actually, I'm in quite a hurry. If my eyes don't deceive me, I believe something is afoot within the walls of this very museum. Most fascinating case, if I'm not mistaken. Really? Moreover, I have a strong suspicion that it's related to the matter about which you've come to me now. But how could it be? We shall speak again presently, my dear fellow, but for now I must return to my work. What, back to being temporary waxwork exhibit? Or is just gonna stand like this? What is it called? This pose reminds me of something. I can't for the life of me pinpoint it. Madame Tussbell's. What is this place? Madame Tussbell's came to London from France 3 years ago, I understand. Since she opened this little waxwork museum last year, it's enjoyed great popularity in London. Museums like this in Japan too, but these displays are something else. I mean, they aren't made from actual real people, are they? The extreme realism of these waxwork models is a particular secret of the Tussbell's family, they say. They earned renown during the French Revolution for waxworks of victims of the guillotine. Ugh, that sounds grim. Gruesome scenes were portrayed with such realism and expressions of the faces of the condemned.
Apparently, the sculptors would make the models directly from the corpse, right there at the site of the executions.
That really turns my stomach. That's just one of the several legends about the Tussbell's family? Whether there's any truth in it, I couldn't say. But anyway, this museum houses models of famous people from all over the globe. Nevertheless, the most popular area of the museum, by quite a margin, is the House of Horrors. A House of Horrors? Of course, visitor numbers are dwindling now as a result of the great exhibition. But people usually flock here to see the exhibits of some of London's most vile criminals at their gruesome work. Naturally, most of the miscreants portrayed here were sent to the gallows. So they're even stiffer now than the models of them! Have you heard of portraits? My dear fellow! The public will live for portraits! They yearn to be shocked! So the hideous exhibits in here, huh?
They're all portrayals of real events that actually took place.
Is it just me or did the temperature in here just seem to drop? Anyway, I advise you not to think too deeply about what you see here. Oh, he's back to being a waxwork, is he? Temporary waxwork. What do you mean by temporary waxwork, Mr. Sholmes? Exactly what you see. I'm part of the exhibits here, catching these criminals in the act. Catching them? Every half hour I home in on a different killer in one of the displays and adopt a new pose to ensnare him. When members of the public come for a closer look, I offer them my hand to shake. For a shilling, I'll happily allow them to take a photograph with us. Us? Does he mean him and the waxwork murderers in here? But why, Mr. Sholmes? My dear fellow, isn't it obvious? For the money!
He really roared at me there. Very fitting for the House of Horrors.
As it stands, I may struggle to pay this month's rent, and I have the ravenous 𝐢𝐼 to consider.
Oh, 𝐲𝐼, I'm so hungry.
Push comes to shove, I shall have to ask you to do your bit, Mr. Naruto. What? What's he threatening to rope me into now? So, with that in mind, how about a photograph? As a special treat, you may have your pick of the murderers and scoundrels in here. The choice is yours. Maybe some other time. Remember, Mr. Naruto, ignore me at your peril.
Back to being a waxwork again? Is it just me, or did his final remark there sound a lot like a curse? Something to ask you. Okay, plot finally.
Well, what is it you'd like to ask me then?
Actually, it's about Lord Van Zyks.
A friend, Mr. Reaper. How'd you find him? Well, I trust.
Oh, okay, we're gonna tell him about the detail.
And so I filled Mr. Sholmes in about everything I'd learnt. About Lord Van Zyks, about Professor Harebrain, and about the strange coincidence that they had been at university together. Excuse me. So I'm wondering what it was that happened to make Lord Van Zyk such a different person.
I was sure that you'd know, 𝐲𝐼.
He knows, just don't know if he'll tell us. He said there was something going on in here in this exhibit hall before. That something was afoot, and that you believed it was related to what I wanted to ask you about.
Mr. Sholmes? He suddenly clammed up.
Well, it seems we've reached the end of... Greetings.
Oh, hello! Where did she appear from? What's she wearing? Did she look any more mysterious? Hello! I didn't think we'd meet another pretty lady. It's been so long. Oh god, I'm fumbling. I'm fumbling.
I hope you're appreciating my museum.
Sorry? Have we? Mr. Sholmes, do you know... Not again.
My apologies. I am Esmeralda. To spells, this is my museum of waxwork.
What? You're the Madame Tuspells? Ah! You can't just pull out the French. That is French, isn't it? Bien sûr. Bien? Sûr. Bien sûr. 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 Of course, in English.
Only 26 years young, I might add.
Is that significant somehow?
I, madam, in name only. It's a certain
Genesis Squad! I'm just gonna have the Google Translate next to me. I'm just leaving it there for the pronunciation, by the way. Not like I'm actually asking for the direct, thing. Translate. I can't believe I gotta do this. Fuck's sake. God damn it. God damn it. Hold on. What? Genesis? Genesis? What?
It's a certain This
Right. Forgive me for anyone that knows French. I will happily butcher the language. No sarcasm, I'm sorry.
Firstly, I must apologize for my waxworks. Rather, one waxwork in particular.
That'll be Mr. Sholmes, then.
I was led to believe he was a great detective, but he seems unable to settle.
Oh, she's got braids!
Next time you move from your designated exhibit, there will be toil and trouble.
Oh, does anyone have like a clip of that? Is there like, did someone ever clip that into like a GIF or something? We got to see him fall from a distance. Oh, that's so good. Oh, that makes me so happy.
She sounds deadly serious.
That's a problem. Am I supposed to ask Mr. Sholmes about Lord Van Zyx now? Very convenient, isn't it?
Let's not forget what Hurley said before about something being afoot right here in the museum, I mean.
Yes, I know, but...
Nice voice acting, thank you, Benta. I may be butchering the French, but the voice acting is the only thing that I can do with some confidence here.
I'm so curious. I want to know what's happening here.
Haven't we gotten enough when I played already? 26, apparently. Did we get her profile here? Oh, look at her, she's winking! Oh! She's so charming! Oh! The proprietress of the matter of the museum and the latest in line of artisans privy to the secret Tuspel's technique of capturing a perfect likeness. Esmeralda. Oh, we also get Gina's one! Look at- oh, no. Ah! Look at her! She looks so... This diaper doesn't feel right to say. But she's oh my god! Mostly reformed pickpocket who's now a self-appointed detective inspector. She's really making waves in a new apprenticeship. Ah, I'm so proud of her! Nothing, yeah, we've examined everything, so it's just talking- well, actually, let me see if I can pester Sholmes. He's not even blinking now! He really is a perfect model of a waxwork model.
I know it doesn't... It doesn't always seem like it, but Hurley's quite a perfectionist, in fact. He practices at night sometimes instead of sleeping. Not blinking, I mean.
Well, practice makes perfect, I suppose.
I've just realized, though, seeing him standing over there now. He looks like he's that murderer's accomplice, doesn't he? Or henchman, even.
That's news to someone by the look of it. Oh. Can I examine the guy? His models are so well made I can't tell what's a waxwork and what's real human.
That's how Hurley gets away with making himself a temporary exhibit for the day.
Maybe there are other people posting exhibits in here then.
Or maybe... Oh, the exhibits are real people. And when it's closing time and all the...
She's saying this again. What's that movie again with the museum and everyone and all the things inside it come to life? What's that movie again called? I always forget the name of it. Sorry, I hit the mic. I always saw that movie on TV whenever I turned on the TV. Which I didn't do a lot because I was playing games. So there's a lot, that's the reason why I'm not very familiar with like TV shows, because I didn't really watch TV growing up. But like the times that I did watch would be like when movies are like airing. And I'd always see it. I always saw that museum movie. Not at the museum. Is it just straight up called that? I thought it had like a fancier title. I think it is just straightforward like that, or it wouldn't have been very easy to remember. It's not at the museum, yeah. 2006, film! For anyone that wanted to feel their age today. Fuck's sake. Wow. Oh dear. But I'm assuming it's like would this game reference that? It's an old film, but would Ace Attorney, you know what, whatever. Just thinking about it makes me wish it was closed down right now I was on my way home. Yeah, so it was just that one little extra dialogue, I think, about 𝐼𝐴 being able to stand here. Everything else should be the same somewhat. Well, I wish it wasn't the same, because that looks scary as fuck. Madam? I'm sorry if I butcher your voice because I've been going through it today! The waxworks. Did you make all these waxworks, Madam Tussbells?
I did. I'm the 3rd generation of waxwork artisans, you know.
Gosh.
It was my grandmother who began the tradition in my family. Our fortunes would...
Check. Checkered. Checkered. Yeah, checkered. Why? I just didn't feel confident there for some reason.
Living through the turbulent times of the French Revolution as she did. Though that is when she acquired the...
God damn it! I just clicked out. Hold on. Is this considered French? Savoir-faire.
Savoir-faire that leads to astonishing life-likeness.
This is gonna be a rough interaction.
Oh, these waxworks really do look as though they're alive. In fact, they look more alive than 𝐼𝐴.
What you see exhibited here represents the most atrocious of London's criminal past. All the waxworks were created in the presence of the real people on which they are modeled. In the hours immediately following their executions, that is the secret to the extraordinary life-likeness.
That sounds terrifying.
All walks of life have similar challenges, I'm sure.
Don't look at me like that.
To carry out one's trade, par excellence, one must go to extraordinary lengths. My exhibits are a reflection of society. I create only that which the public wishes to see.
Ugh. Why couldn't the public have wished for something less horrifying?
Do not fear.
Sorry?
This room is the only one in the museum with such a
map. I searched this word up before. Macabre. Macabre. I clicked out and it clicked the dialogue. One moment, madam. Macabre, not bray. Bruh. As in, bro, the slang, bruh.
macabre theme that I hope you'll explore. There are models of famous singers, actors, and politicians. Something for every taste, I hope.
Yours Iris to drag me straight in here. Come to think of it.
Sorry, perhaps I should have eased you into things.
East? What's the situation with that?
Ah, my temporary wax work model. He approached me some days ago, you see, with a business proposal.
What sort of proposal?
My dear madam, what these sparse exhibits need is the addition of a world-famous great detective. Or words to that effect. Ah, Actually, I am well aware that Mr. Sholmes is widely known in London as a talented detective.
It's great detective, actually. It's very specific about it.
Yes, the creme de la creme.
I pronounced that one right?
So I was keen to come to some arrangement with him, of course. But sadly, we're unable to agree terms.
Let me guess. Someone wanted to charge an exorbitant price for his services?
For a mere £500, I would dive into your cauldron of wax this very moment.
Ha! You'll actually?
Words to that effect?
Mrs. Sholmes might have overdone it slightly with the sales pitch.
Regrettably, the museum has a shortage of funds at the moment due to unforeseen circumstances. So, we came to the current arrangement instead.
Surely he doesn't really need to do what he's doing there, does he?
I would think not, but he was very insistent.
Oh.
I have a 50 shilling problem that must be resolved by the morning. Words to that effect?
It's pawnbroker. That's what it is. He must have something to redeem.
Is the consulting detective work not going so well? Something afoot. Yes, please. Please. It's always the last fucking one that actually gets us somewhere.
I wonder, could I ask you something?
She says this one a lot, so I really need to remember it.
Bien sûr.
There is no French in me. But it better not be. Sorry. You think because I'm Vietnamese, but we... No. Hold on.
Bien sûr.
Bien sûr. Yes, bien... They have this, like... This, like, air. How would you describe that? When you speak in French. It's very airy. They speak with like the front of their mouth.
Bien.
It changes every time. Bien sûr. I'm just curious, is anything going on in the museum at the moment? Some kind of incident, perhaps? Posture check.
Whoever suggested such a thing to you?
Well, it was... that... your temporary waxwork over there who mentioned it to me a little... He's disappeared. Huh? A wax model is a work of art, not some tawdry object for trade. Huh? Oh, he's here. There you are.
Leaving the exhibit again? When you should be working? Do you wish to be melted down?
Make use of that animation, yeah? Or pose.
My dear Madame Dispel, save your reprimands. There are more pressing concerns. The wax can wait. It's ideas about your current problem we must throw into the melting pot instead. Personally, I would advise you not to involve the police. Why ever not?
It's turned as white as a sheet. She is quite pale.
Because you have at your disposal a great detective whose services you may employ for a mere 50 shillings. Though please be aware that I prefer— no, I insist upon payment in advance! Very well. Let us see if the great detective is able to live to his name, shall we?
Huh?
Before I engage my oh, we haven't gotten to introduction in a long time. Analytical processes, I must ask you to clarify something. What, pray, is behind the curtain? That is the Tuspel's special exhibit. There's an extra charge to see it. Ah, a special exhibit in the House of Horrors. It must depict a special killer then, I presume. Would you be so kind as to draw back the curtain, I wonder?
Have some... why would you say that in French? Just say it in English! Just say it in English! Please! Please! How many times does I click out of my window? Why doesn't it pronounce it the same way?
Absolument. Absolument. No, it says. Okay, I think the Google Translate at that point is kind of losing itself. Does Deep L have French? It does. And it has, okay. And you can get it to pronounce. Never mind.
Can I hear it? Or was I scanned? Excuse me?
Excuse me? Oh, it doesn't. Never mind. Oh, wait, the microphone thing is probably just fucking to anyone that speaks French. They can just actually just speak into it. Cambridge Dictionary? I'm committed to this. At least let me try and pronounce it correctly once. Well, as close as I can. French! French! Incorrect. Ah, I tried. Absolutely no.
There's nothing amiss behind there. Nothing amiss, madam. What about the arm protruding ominously from under the curtain? Strongly encourage you to allow me to see what lies beyond before the situation worsens.
Oh, it's a threat.
Yes. Very well. I'll draw back the curtains, but only a...
Huh? Huh? Only for a only a supgun. Supgun? I can't get the accent for it to be the correct one. Oh no, it's the right one. No, Supton.
Must confess, I picked behind the curtain earlier. The Dust Bell special exhibit is a very bleak graveyard scene indeed. And yet, somewhat surprisingly, the waxwork killer one would expect is nowhere to be seen. What does strike one, however, is the portly gentleman lying peacefully on his back on the floor.
Well, then perhaps, Mr. Sholmes, that man on the floor is the ruthless killer himself?
I'm afraid not, my dear fellow. He's a perfectly ordinary London gentleman. Not even a waxwork, in fact. What? As skillfully made as these waxworks are, they are always distinguishable from real humans. So allow me to present my two conclusions. The first is that a sizable business transaction has been taking place in a special exhibit.
Why? Why would you say that?
And the second is that the aforementioned transaction is linked to a serious crime.
She looks as pale as candle wax.
I don't understand. So, Madame Tuspels, you've agreed to my fee. You shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work.
Oh, a great deduction!
You better not speak French, sir!
Topic 1, Waxworks 8.
To begin with, we must ask ourselves what exactly is afoot here in this museum. The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so helpfully from your bag. My estimation, some £200. That is all my own money. So what does this large sum of money reveal? Not as much as the involuntary glance you cast, it would seem, Madame Zaspels. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes now fall. The significance of the £200 is revealed by the public notice! Waxwork for sale, your business has had hard times, it would seem. In short, you sold the infamous killer the centerpiece of your special exhibit for the sum of £200. None. Now let us explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Who is the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It would appear that the man has suffered a severe shock, the cause of which is clearly known to you. Fortunately, madam, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, £200! It would appear that you twisted this gentleman around your little finger most effectively. Oh, and then smacked him in the head with the £200. Oh, oopsie! What do you suggest? What are you suggesting? He rashly agreed to purchase the waxwork for the sum of £200. Only, when he came to hand the money over, did it occur to him what a extortionate amount he was paying. The money was no longer in his hands.
As a result, the scene we see before us, he collapsed in shock. Oh my god, why did I give her the money? Ah! Dies.
Yes, the killer in this special exhibit fetched a killer price. I can only pray that the gentleman's dreams are not plagued with regret.
Conclusion. Sold for cash.
Of course. Topic 2, waxwork location.
Question that arises then is what has become of the waxwork that changed hands. Let us consider that problem for a moment. You can't possibly... What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. Who is this fellow? Find the answer. We need only to observe his neckerchief. Huh? Such is worn by policemen as a secret sign to fellow members of the force that a crime is being perpetrated. Yes, this young man is an undercover policeman currently investigating this museum. I know him well, in fact. Sergeant John Clay. What are you talking about? Man's quite a celebrity. Received triple accolades at last year's policing awards. But... next, we turn our attention to the old man sat before him with that particularly unsightly visage. I've been watching closely and he has moved a muscle, almost in fact as if he were waxwork. Huh? But you... Your reaction only confirms my suspicions, madam. Notice it at once, of course. Observe! The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious price tag.
3 pence?
The pence, a tragically low price, you might say. But perhaps the going rate for aging waxworks riddled with cracks.
Ah!
And you sold it to the portly gentleman for an exorbitant £200. A sort of plucky behaviour that's sure to attract the attention of Scotland Yard, isn't that so, madam? I do not. Yes, the waxwork you sold has already been seized by the police and remains in their custody as we speak. The old man must be reunited with his grave in this special exhibit and not a moment too soon.
Huh? Conclusion discovered already. Okay. Guess we'll see how this one goes. Thus concludes 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨's great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. What's horrifying is your deduction. I see I've stunned you all into silence.
You have, 𝐲𝐿𝐴, you have. And you've obviously upset this young lady in the process. Her cauldron looks awfully hot.
If I could just bring up one point, Mr. Sholmes. Ah! That tutorial is not all the one point. I'm all ears, my dear fellow. According to your deduction, then, this special exhibit featured this old policeman. So that would mean that he's the particularly ruthless murderer, wouldn't it? The killer policeman, not a mole. Right? Those mysterious series of murders that rattled the capital only last year. The police rushed to the scene every time, and they'd find the culprit had disappeared into the aether.
And it turned out the culprit was a policeman himself, a senior officer by the name of Automol.
So does it mean that's who the sinister-looking old man there is supposed to be? Indeed, it is a particularly grim face, is it not? Unforgettable, in fact. Yes, I remember that odious countenance only too well. But is £200 a lot of money for a wax mold? Would be enough to afford one of the latest steam carriages, if that puts things in perspective. So it is quite a lot then. Is there anything else you wish to add? Before I melt you down. That bubbling wax is looking more and more ominous.
Ugh, the smell of all of that molten wax is starting to worry me.
Mrs. Sholmes did more or less just accuse her to her face, so I think I might have to call on your assistance here, Iris, if that's alright. To make some minor corrections to the Great Detective's great deductions.
Of course it's alright. We'll soon set things straight.
Well, let's get started then, shall we? Before Madame Tuspels vents her anger. Just what I was waiting to hear, my dear fellow. So, Madame Tuspels, in accordance with our agreement, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work. Alright, this is where I can skip dialogue, because my voice cannot pronounce, say everything again. So it seems that she's got money in her pocket protruding out, but she went and looked somewhere. I couldn't really tell exactly where she was looking there. Oh, she looked to the side, okay. So it's in this direction, is it? Oh, look at Iris in her thing. I know it's appeared before, but you really get to see it here.
You're so cute.
She definitely looked in this direction, it's true. Oh wait, oh, I can't. I was gonna say, can I get the court record up so I can compare? Because you can see her without her little, would you call this a helmet? Not a helmet. Hat? A little hat here. I love how big it is to cover her little. They're not really called space buns, are they? Because they're loops. They're twin loops. Her hair is technically twin tails, huh? Point is, I can't get the court record up. She definitely looked in this direction. It's true.
I'm not sure she'd sell any of our waxworks even for £200.
Oh.
She must pour her heart and soul into making them, don't you think? Over and above the wax. If it were me, I wouldn't sell them for anything.
Without much money, I would. But it sounds like that makes me a bad person. Well, anyway, I wonder if the 200 pounds could have some other significance.
Let's follow that furtive glance again and see if there's anything else that could explain it.
Oh, okay, we can turn it. Alright, let's examine everything. Waxwork for sale! Would anyone really buy models of mass murderers?
I think I'd rather have 200 pounds in my pocket.
Exactly! Could buy one of those brand new types of steam carriage. That's what I'd spend it on if I had it, no question.
Oh? I'd buy all the herbs in the world.
Must be another explanation for the money. We need to keep looking. Portly man. Don't we know this guy? I'm trying to pinpoint whether or not we know this guy. Seems this well-dressed gentleman is alive after all, just not alive and kicking. If he's not a waxworker or a model, a model of a mass murderer.
I'm not sure I'd pay 200 pounds for him.
I don't think the man's up for sale.
Well, anyway, it was a silly place to put him. Other museum visitors could easily trip.
I don't think the man was put there on purpose either. Is there anything else before I examine the note? It tells me no. Not anything of like great significance, to be honest. Well, the grave in the back, but it's not really showing anything. Well, note on the wall.
What's that note doing pinned on the wall there?
Let's see. Dear Madame Tussbells, we've taken the prisoner from this room. The price for his safe return is 200 pounds. Have the money ready by 23rd of October.
What?
This is... It's just like the sort of thing that's left behind when someone's kidnapped.
Yes, it's a ransom note.
Exactly. Updated ransom note. Which we will click again because it's updated to new shit now. Or a repeated reading of the note itself.
You can't deny that's a very well-written ransom note, clear and concise.
The ransom amount is 200 pounds.
Take that!
Boom. Spin. The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by that ransom note. Quite so! We must congratulate these criminals on their inventiveness abducting a waxwork. 200 pounds is no small ransom fee, yet you clearly intend to pay it. The model in question has special importance, so put together all the money I have. In summary then, the 200 pounds you have in your bag is ransom money. Now let us explore the next curiosity with which we are presented.
I put the gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor. Would appear the man has suffered a severe shock.
Cause of which is clearly known to you. I love her eyes. They remind me of... Is it Persona? Someone in Persona have that kind of eyes? So if the waxwork was kidnapped, where does that leave us in terms of who this man is?
We could just ask him when he comes around.
Make the point of this exercise to understand the beauty of the deduction process, Iris.
Yes, you're right. Rayleigh's trying so hard. We mustn't let him down.
Well, there's little doubt that he suffered a shock. That much seems clear. But in that case, what's Madame Tussbells trying to hide? Let's have a closer look around. Oh, we're looking around, huh? Oh, that's a bit scary, isn't it? Oh, we can turn around and look at the... Oh my god, that's so creepy looking at the museum from this angle. Yeah, we could... Oh, looking at the museums from this angle is so fucking creepy. Oh, scary! Oh, and they didn't render the other area, did they? Don't blame them. That's so terrifying. Okay. Excuse me, I would like to not look at that bit yet. Let's look at your 200 pounds.
So she was prepared to pay all that money to get her waxwork back again. Really must have been a very special model.
Of a mass murderer? Just how special can a model of a ruthless killer be?
Well, anyway, we can be fairly sure the man lying on the floor didn't take it.
First, we should leave him in peace. Long braid? Madame Tussbells has very long hair, doesn't she?
Yes, but you couldn't tell looking at her from the front.
You know, looks rather like a whip, don't you think? A sort of whip that could have floored the gentleman with a single crack.
That seems a little far-fetched, even for you, Runo.
This is what my hair looks like. I tweeted sometimes that my hair gets braided at work. Looks like this. Well, less so flared at the bottom. So my hair is kind of layered.
This is just Madame Tussbells' right hand, isn't it?
Yes, it must be. I can clearly see her left hand after all.
Oh, but wait a minute. This is a left hand as well. Look.
Don't say such creepy things, Iris, please.
And it seems very stiff, too. In fact, it's really hard.
You mean... it's made of wax? Wax work hand. Let's examine it again.
This is just Madame Tussbells' right hand, isn't it?
Yes, it must be. I can clearly see her left hand after all.
Oh, but wait a minute!
It's the same. It's the left hand as well. Okay. Can I look around a bit more to get a clear angle of the... oh yeah, we can see her. Yeah, okay.
Take that!
What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the waxwork hand. Indeed, with a solid waxwork limb, one could deliver a very substantial blow. How could you? The hand protruding from the bottom of your cape. It ought to be a right hand, but close inspection reveals that in fact it's a left hand. Somewhat masculine as well. In other words, it does not belong to you, madam. It is the hand of a waxwork model. Some of the visitors to my museum can be troublesome. They meddle with the exhibits and cause damage. So you mean that, yes, this gentleman saw fit to try to remove it as a souvenir. Huh. No small keepsake. Like taking a whole branch of a cherry tree when you go to view the blossoms. I'm afraid I had to teach the man a lesson. Based? It wasn't the 200 pounds that she knocked him with, it was probably the fucking arm. You confronted the man and tried to take the arm back. And the result, the scene we see before us, it was knocked unconscious. A point we may need to revisit later, but for the time being, we have our conclusion. Yes, the killer in the special exhibit has been kidnapped. Conclusion revised. Kidnapped. Okay. Some things may be updated here. I don't think so. Well, it's become with the waxwork that changed hands, so let's consider that problem for a moment. Young man standing over there. Will he update his... No, he won't. It should be the same. His hypothesis. According to Mrs. Sholmes, Yellow Neckerchief is assigned to other policemen that some crime is underway.
By communicating with his colleagues without revealing his identity, yes. A secret that's closely guarded by Scotland Yard.
Now, Mr. Sholmes didn't hesitate to give away.
Well, uncovering secrets is in any true detective's nature, of course.
Right. Anyway, judging from Madame Tuspel's reaction to Mr. Sholmes' deduction, I think perhaps he might not have identified the man quite correctly. Oh, this one's real! Neckerchief. Oh, I mean, real waxwork. I mean, not a real person. Unless he's got prosthetics, but I don't think they were that advanced back then. A secret scarf signed to warn other agents of an ongoing crime.
I know, it sounds so thrilling, doesn't it? Maybe I'll try to work it into next month's installment.
And then the police's secret will be revealed to all London's 6 million inhabitants.
Well, I'll just have to come up with a new sign, I suppose.
How does this 10-year-old manage to have such terrifying influence? Usually it's 3 things. Flat cap. 3 things that we can examine. I've seen hats like this in Japan as well. They're called flat caps, aren't they?
Yes, your hunting caps. Careless hat is called a deer stalker, by the way.
Hunting? Stalking? British certainly seem keen on catching... On the catching game? On catching game. Every time I see a deer stalker, I automatically think of Mr. Sholmes. The flat cap makes me think of a Japanese country gentleman somehow. In other words, people from all walks of life wear all different types of hat. But that doesn't really help us. Shoulder stub. What the? The man has a stub sticking out of his shoulder where his arm should be.
Well, that settles that then.
Right, this isn't a real person at all.
His entire arm's been ripped off from the shoulder down.
His arm's been... Oh, of course, it ties in with what we just found out.
Take that!
Who is this fellow? To find... oh, sorry, it was Renosuke. To find that... he's on screen. I don't know why I just immediately started speaking as Sholmes. To find the answer, we need only observe his shoulder stub. No such brainless human works as that. Of that I can assure you. In other words, the man standing here, the young Sergeant John Clay, is in fact defying all odds a waxwork model. I seem to remember it was you who concluded he was a real person in the first place, Mr. Sholmes. He's become quite a celebrity in London, being the winner of no less than 3 policing awards last year. I simply had to make a model of the man. Naturally, what other explanation could there be? And it was this detective's arm that was pulled off by the man on the floor in the special exhibit, was it? Wasn't it? Next, we turn our attention to the old man. He hasn't moved a muscle, almost in fact as if he were a waxwork. Unconfirms my suspicion, madam. Oh, he's the one. There's actually a policeman here. Killer policeman called Automole, was it? Was he well known?
It was all over the papers last year, but I can't say I know what he looks like. It's a very low price, though. For pence isn't much money.
Only enough for a few measly hours of gas and Mr. Garrett's delightful lodgings, in fact. So, this is the special killer taken from the special exhibit, is it? Waxwork that somebody stole from the museum and tried to ransom for £200. Is this crusty old killer policeman Automole, really?
Perhaps we should have a good look around again and see if another idea crops up.
Oh yeah? Okay, imagine you have to sit like this for hours. Your neck! Your neck! It must hurt so much! I have to sit like this for work. My neck hurts. My neck hurts looking at him. I hope he can get out of this position soon. Well, he can once I progress, huh? 3 pence! It's a far cry from £200, isn't it?
It depends. You could buy it and put it on display in your room, Bruno.
I think I would rather not go to sleep and watch my old man if it's all the same to you.
Price tag does stand out, doesn't it? I mean, you couldn't even buy the helmet on his head for that much money, I don't think.
I don't know what the price tag's really for then.
aesthetic.
I don't believe it. It's a secret sign that lets other detectives know some criminal activity is underway. Is it slightly strange choice of outfit if he was trying to go unnoticed?
He must be a detective disguised as a policeman.
Or a detective disguised as a waxwork model of a policeman.
It doesn't look like he's clever enough to think of something like that, though.
Perhaps you should try to be a little more polite about him, Iris. Twitch! Look at this! The old man's tapping his foot like crazy.
Seems to be fast asleep, though.
He's not tapping his foot consciously then. So you mean...
He must be a Twitch.
Oh my man, the point is black folks don't tap their feet.
Or a Twitch!
Look at his arm too. We've seen a scarf like that somewhere else around here, haven't we?
Take that!
A telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious twitch. Even the most realistic waxworks do not exhibit a twitch. In other words, a splendid old man is in fact a genuine member of Scotland Yard. Slight shift in your choice of adjectives then. And there you have it. Well, Madam Dustbells?
Well, what? It was me who contacted the police and demanded that someone came in the first place. He's clearly fatigued. You're sound asleep.
But then, what's this tag about showing a price of 3 pence? No doubt the price tag of the muffler, which the old Bobby purchased recently at a local market. And I presume you've observed the scarf tied around his arm. Does that not strike you, Mr. Nullhodor? Yes, the secret sign used by detectives to show you that some criminal activity is currently underway.
Of course, because as you know, there has been just such criminal activity happening here. As you deduced from the very beginning, Detective.
So it would seem that we finally arrive at the truth. The truth of the fact that I need some fucking hydration.
The waxwork of this especially ruthless killer from the special exhibit has been kidnapped.
And Scotland Yard already investigating. But the model's whereabouts remain a mystery. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. Good job, sir. Conclusion revived. Still a mystery. Complete opposite of his initial deduction.
Elementary. All sorts of people visit my museum here. Men and women, young and old. Sometimes they drop in just for a short time on their way back from the pub. I welcome them all. If anyone tries to damage my exhibits, I do not take it lightly. Anyway.
Graceful.
Your great deduction was even more enchanting than I had led to believe.
It was a pleasure, my dear madam. I'm gratified that you enjoy the spectacle. My controller disconnecting. There's a big delay. And as for your rough customer, I have no doubt he'll regain consciousness shortly and return home. What concerns me more is the waxwork from the special display, if it was indeed genuinely abducted.
Yes, tragically, it was.
Then I would ask you to recount to us the events surrounding the stolen waxwork in as much detail as possible, if you please. I don't know if we should be learning about this. Oh, well, we should, because you said apparently it is related to our current case, which is in itself concerning, but it is what it is.
Very well, but after I've told you what I know, I must insist that you return to your work.
Talents of a great detective could be put to better use, I feel, but as you wish. Oh, we'll get her talking now. The stolen waxwork. Tell us more about the stolen waxwork, please. I just realized we don't have a lot of evidence on us, do we? 4! Oh, we're so cooked for the trial.
It was some days ago now when I came in here one morning. Immediately noticed that a waxwork was missing from the special exhibit here.
It is your most prominent display, so that's why the curtains were closed.
And I found the ransom note in its place.
Culprit must have broken in during the night and taken it then.
So this waxwork was stolen. It was a model of some horrible criminal, I suppose.
Would you like to elaborate on who exactly is the criminal?
Particularly horrible criminal, in fact.
It's not Selden, is it?
A killer who left a more profound scar on society than any other, I would say. A professor.
Not a name I've heard of.
Oh, Miss Nardo, it seems the circle's complete. Sorry?
The professor case happened around at the time I was born, didn't it?
Huh? 10 years ago?
Indeed it did, Iris. 10 years ago, a series of murders that rocked the capital.
10 years ago?
Yes, at exactly that time. That Baroque van Zyks graduated from university, in fact.
What? Surely he's not saying.
So the big event that changed Mr. Reaper's life.
As you surmised, it was a professor case.
Oh, it was this professor then? The professor?
It was a series of gruesome murders that had all of London griped in terrors a decade ago. After 5 victims were killed, the man was arrested and put to death. Now is immortalized here in wax for all Londoners to admire and enjoy. Though, of course, he happens to be absent at present on the account of the abduction.
I don't understand. How's all this related to Lord Van Zyks?
You must first understand, my dear fellow, why is it the professor earned such infamy? It was due to the victims he chose, some of Whitehall's finest.
What do you mean, 𝐲𝐼?
Those murdered by the professor were some of the highest members of the British aristocracy. Members of the nobility, even royalty. It sent shockwaves through the country's administration.
Members of the... wait, of course! What Professor Harebrained said! Lord Van Zyks is from a family with noble blood.
Oh gosh!
It was the 5th victim that led to the professor's arrest. The last of the killer's prey was a young noble by the name of Clint Van Zyks.
No. I don't believe it. Van Zyks? Wasn't the man in the photo, no? In Van Zyks' room.
Sure, you can piece together the rest for yourself. In the wake of his older brother's murder, Jan Baroque pursued a career as a prosecutor, and eventually became the Reaper we know today.
I had no idea Lord Van Zyks had such a tragic past.
Well, I'm afraid that's all I can say in the matter, for the time being at least. After all, I have work to do. There's a waxwork exhibit!
Good luck!
I'm afraid I shall have to excuse myself as well. Oh, yes, of course. It's been a pleasure, thank you.
Well, one of the predicted scenarios I've been analyzing involved you coming to visit me here. Who's talking? It's been too long. I can't remember your voice. It's been so long. It's been 2 hours, I think. 2 hours or 3 hours. It's been too long. It really has. I'm delighted to see you, Baroque.
It's been 10 years. And here we are, meeting in a prison of all places.
can't forgive myself for what happened to Miss Asmund. I just can't! Oh, I still can't believe it could happen.
Tomorrow the court will decide.
Yes, I have a young Eastern man acting for my defense. He seems reliable enough, though. It was an accident, a terrible accident. He assures me he can prove it.
Must warn you.
Oh, I know. I've heard already. You're going to be prosecuting, aren't you?
Yes.
Since I returned to England, I've heard lots of stories. Barak, are you really?
What?
Never mind. I know that you have my best interests at heart.
My friend is on trial. I wouldn't entrust it to anybody else.
Of course, I fully understand.
Thank you, Barak. Until tomorrow then, I'll see you in court.
What is going on?
To be continued. That is intense. What the fuck? I mean, this was what I was asking for in terms of, like, plot progression for this game, wasn't it? I wanted more, and I gained more than enough. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'll just touch base into here, and then I'll stop for today. 23rd of October.
Hick.
Blech. Excuse me. 8:52 AM. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Can't believe it's been 6 months since I was last allowed to work in court. Now here I am, back at the Old Bailey. Ah! Miss Naruto! Good morning, Professor Hairbrain. I just realized his play on words. His name. God damn it. I knew, but there was a second layer to it that I was trying to grasp, and I only just understood now. I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. The atmospheric pressure in here is off the charts. I've never felt anything like it. It's crushing me. I feel it every time I'm here. That gravity. Well, this is Britain's highest court. What are you telling me? It's fitted with some kind of device that can actually control air pressure? I think it's probably all in the mind. Ah, yes. Well, you won't let me down, will you, Mr. Naruto? I'm counting on you in today's trial. To save my life! To save the secret of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine from being made public! Yes, I understand. I know what I have to do. I have to establish that the explosion 2 days ago was nothing more than an unfortunate accident. Oh, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about, really. Justice will prevail. My commiserations. I'm pretty sure this is a Sholmes. What the commiseration.
Mr. Naruto, you appear to have been lumbered with the most tiresome case here.
Mr. Sholmes, I didn't expect you to be here. You're awake!
That was very mean, Runo. Leaving me alone at home with 𝐿𝐴.
Oh, wait, you left Iris too?
It took me at least an hour to wake him.
Oh, is it? Are you? Sherlock Sholmes?
Indeed, sir, I am he.
Sherlock Sholmes? I've heard about your exploits even whilst living in Germany.
Ah, yes, Randa's magazine is on sale in Germany too.
This month's installment was sublime. Your deduction in the adventure of Silver Blaze was wonderful. Oh yes, memorable case indeed. Concerned a snake, I seem to recall.
No, that was the speckled band.
Well, thank you for coming. Do appreciate your support.
Sorry to disappoint you, my dear fella, but I'm afraid I can't stay.
Oh?
I have urgent business at Madame Dustbelt's.
You mean your waxwork job?
No, the waxwork abduction, of course. Madame has engaged my services.
Ah, so you're trying to get to the bottom of that ransom note, are you?
The week's wages depend on it, as does the safe return of the waxwork, naturally. As such, I intend to give it my undivided attention.
Oh, well, never mind then, I understand.
Of course, with my skills of observation and reasoning, resolving the matter will be as easy as proverbial pie. I shall return forthwith. For until I solve the case, I shall have no money to afford a pie of any description.
Ooh, then you must absolutely give it your full attention, 𝐲𝐼.
Quite, Iris, quite. Life is riddled with irony, you know. Whenever I give something my full attention, I have a quite insatiable desire for a pie. One of the universe's intractable mysteries, you might say. Is the only reason you came here is because you need change for a pie? Oh yes, quite, definitely, absolutely, I totally understand.
Is someone a little starstruck?
I wish you the very best of luck, Professor Harebrained. Why, thank you! Before I depart, Mr. Naruhodo, a word in your ear, if you please.
What's this about?
As you have remarkably little grounding in science, I feel I ought to inform you. As compelling as the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis hypothesis may be, a practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible.
Huh? But the professor said the demonstration was a success.
Yes, it would appear that he fervently believes it was.
I've read Professor Bunnybrain's paper about it too, and I have to say, I'm sure it can't be done. It could barely be done theoretically, let alone practically.
So he's completely barking up the wrong tree. But how can an experiment that had no possibility of succeeding, in fact, succeed? That's contradictory.
And it's that contradiction that will be the heart of the trial, I've no doubt.
What's that supposed to mean?
Now, I must hurry along. I wish you the best of luck, my dear fellow.
See you later, 𝐲𝐼.
Bye-bye.
Well, it looks like you're on your own today, Bruno. But chin up, you can do it.
Oh, what about you, Iris?
No, I'm afraid I can't help. I have something I need to do.
I see.
It's going to be a big surprise for you when you find out what it is.
It sounds ominous.
Counsel for the defense and the defendant court is about to be in session. Make your way into the courtroom at once. We're on our way!
And that will be for next episode.
An experiment that the laws of science say can't possibly succeed. The scientist who's convinced that it did. That's the riddle you have to unlock here, 𝐸𝐺𝐻. That's the key to this case. Woo! This is where I'll stop. This is a good point for me to stop. I'm nervous for this trial then. We've been told that it's not possible at all. Which, I mean, we kind of could assume that was the case because we can't, it's what, in its core, teleportation? We're not really capable of that yet, even in our current society. There's no way. But I will stop it right here. I just played for the music. Okay, oopsie. Stop. Well, that's intense, isn't it? We have quite the case for us for the next episode. But that was the investigation for today. Thank you, everyone, for dropping by and watching through. That didn't solve a lot of things, but usually we get a lot more lore during the trial. But for now, the entire investigation was just bringing up more questions than it did answers, which is annoying, but it's what I asked for, and it means that the game should at least proceed with it. Well, elaborate on it later. That's the hopium. But I'm excited. I'm very excited. So I will be continuing with more Ace Attorney next week, as per usual, on Monday, Tuesday. So please look forward to that for those interested in the great Ace Attorney plotline, because I sure as fuck am. And I enjoyed a lot more if people came and enjoyed it with me too. But for now, I'll call it for today's stream. My next stream will be on Saturday. Shorts upload. I thought I was gonna upload one last week, but I decided against it. Once again, I'm not sure if I'll ever post a short, but we'll see. If I post like multiple shorts, who knows? I feel like, no, I don't know if I'll have time. I do want to push it though, but once again, we will see. But my next stream, of course, is on Saturday. Why am I streaming, actually? Oh, the new 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨, huh? 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐵 is updating. Is gonna fucking update soon. Fuck, I need to log in. I need to log in to use my stamina before I forget. I also need to pre-download. Alright, I guess, okay. I need to remind myself that. It'll be 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐵 this Saturday stream. It will be the new 1.3 update. And I'll probably be playing through the special episode. So look forward to that for people that want to see me play 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐵. But yes, and then for today's stream, thank you once again to those that have dropped by and watched through the stream. Thank you to those that have also commented. It was nice to see some old faces as well. I always forget how I end my streams every single time. Brain off. With that, everyone, remember to go hydrate. I told myself I'd take a break and get some hydration, but I just powered through instead with my second water bottle, so I need to go do that. Get some hydration like me, if you haven't already. Go eat as well, if you haven't done that yet. But for everyone else, have a good rest of your night. Thank you to those that have stayed up for today's stream. But for everyone else on the other side of the world, have a good rest of your day, and I'll see you in the next stream. Saturday, 10 PM UTC +8. Good night, bye bye.